Hello, this is Miss Candy from TPOT Media. Welcome to Dark XoDus. You understand? Dark, and
Peace, folks, and welcome back to another edition of the Prophet of Thought series, right here on the old TPOT YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that. Now, tonight, y'all know, is a DXL night, Dark X Live. And as you can see, the title is The Black Republican. Now, I just left over from down the hall at Brother Obsidian's spot, and it was kind of heated over there. It was pretty heated over there at old Brother Obsidian's spot. But I think it was hey, what's up, Brother Art? What's good, man? Brother Lando got Big J Triple X in the house, WOTP in the house. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing this, man. I'm gonna start shouting out the early people coming the door early. I'm gonna go ahead and start shouting y'all out. That's gonna be my new thing. I see my brother Gab in the house, Mahir Yisrael in the house. What's good, brother? War Secrets in the house. What's good? Soup Bone in the house. Of course, my man Lando in the house. Simply Deep in the house. What's good? What's going on? King K in the house. What's good, my brother? Yeah. Just left from down at Obsidian's, man, and it was heated down there, man. It was ramped up down there. I mean, when I came down there, I came in, late on the convo, but it was kind of heated, man. It was heated down there. A lot of mixture of personalities, sort of like here, But I think that's good, though, man. I think that's a good thing when we have a mixture of personalities, you know, because all of us brothers, we don't all think the same. We don't all have the same ideologies or philosophies or pathologies. So I think that's actually a good thing. Of course, it gets out of hand a little when you have a mixture of personalities, but I still think it's a good thing. I do. I think it's a good thing. And long as everybody walk away, you know, shaking hands and saying, okay, see you on the next one, it's fine. You know, it's when people walk away and they still have animosity. That's when the problems start. You know, a lively, maybe somewhat heated and passionate debate never killed anyone. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, tonight though, on old Dark X Live, the conversation will be about the Republican Negro. I'm gonna go ahead and chastise y'all right off the rip, because I'm looking up here right off gate and I'm looking at this number. It doesn't match this number. We have this conversation every damn week, y'all. Every week we have this conversation. Now you're up in here. It only takes a second to hit this damn like button. It only takes a second of your life. So what y'all telling me is this, that I can have this many people in here, but I'm not worth 3 seconds of your life to hit that like button. That's what you're telling me, right? I'm not worth 3 seconds of your life. So come on, look out for it, brother. Hit that like button. I mean, come on. I mean, you're up in here. You gotta like something. Even if you don't like my black ass, you at least gotta like the people I have on here. I mean, if you ain't gonna do it for me, do it for whatever you support on this platform. You know? And also, if you happen to be feeling generous, because I know my viewers got that money, go ahead and put a few bucket. See that right there? See it right there? See it? See it rising up, highlighted in yellow, look like it's been swiped with a highlighter marker. Go ahead and hit that old Streamlabs tab. Throw a few. And speaking of coins in the bucket, I did get a few donations the other night. So y'all know I always start the show off with thanking you for your contributions. Those of you, you know who you are, because I always sit down and write you a personal email whenever you send anything to me, whether it's $1, $10, $20, $50, whatever. I always sit down and I write you a personal email, whether it's 5 of y'all, 50 of y'all, or 500 of you. I actually sit down and write you a personal email. And if you have donated and I haven't wrote you yet, just hold tight. I'm going to get to you. I have a lot of different emails, and sometimes you guys donate through a lot of different things. So you just got to give me enough time to go through all my emails, and I will write you back thanking you for your contribution. Because like I always say, you don't have to spend your hard-earned coins on this platform, but you choose to do so. And for that, I am thankful. I am humbled, and I'm honored. Okay, I am. But anyway, as we sit here, the brother's gonna start to file in a minute. Brother Obsidian is here already, always the first one. What's good, brother Obsidian? Is he there? He probably signed on and went off and made a sandwich.
As it turns out, that's exactly what I did. Made me a sandwich.
I wanted to talk to you anyway, man, because you know, I had listened to the show, because I didn't hear the show, but you sent me the MP3. Man, that was a damn good debate, man, between you and brother New Possibilities, man. That was heavy duty shit, man. That's classic, brother.
Oh man, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was heavy duty shit, man. Good, powerful points on both sides, man. That was a very, very lively debate, man. I enjoyed listening to that. I enjoyed listening to that. I did, man. Very, very strong. Very, very strong.
Yeah, man. Thanks. I appreciate that.
You know, y'all was pretty evenly matched, man. Y'all was pretty evenly matched. It wasn't too one-sided. Y'all was pretty evenly matched. You know, I think it was, I don't want to say one way or the other, so I'm just gonna call it a draw. I'm gonna call it a draw, man.
Yeah, we had a number of good points, and that's hopefully what it's all about. Is that's the whole idea behind debates, is that various points can be made and emerge for those, you know, looking on to think about. So I'm real glad that we were able to do it, and I'm looking forward to doing that again.
Yeah, I mean, far as his points go, I liked his points, you know, and I liked your points. I only had one real problem with his points, though, when he talked about, when he was speaking about, you know, single motherhood and all these great people who came from single mothers. He was giving a lot of one-offs, you know, like this person, that person, you know, out of like 40 million people. You know, that's not saying a lot, you know. And I think that's the problem. You know, we have a tendency to be like, you know, well, I know somebody, you know, they say, I know somebody, you know, that's what we always say. You know, oh, I know somebody who had their mother and their father and they still were on crack and went to jail. That's one person out of 1,000, man. What about the other 999 and vice versa? When you hear these people talk about, oh man, I know somebody who grew up with a crackhead mother and now they're a doctor. Notice how they always say somebody. They never say 10 somebodies, 100 somebodies, 1,000 somebodies. It's always, I know somebody. I mean, we can all say that. We can all say we knew somebody who had a single mother and freaking they had 8 siblings that had different fathers, and she was a drunk and a crackhead and they grew up to be an astronaut. Yeah, we can all say that. But the numbers just aren't on their side, man. It's just not, despite of how people try to frame it. People, because, you know, people try to frame it. You know, they try to frame it to make it seem like it's not what it is. But the fact remains that the statistics are not on their side. And I get it, man. You know, a lot of people, you know, they just really, really in love with black folks. I get it. All right, because I love black people too. But I don't love them. I love them enough to tell them the goddamn truth, though, when I think I know it.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, you got to love people enough, man, to tell them the truth. What's up, brother TUD? I see you up there. You got to love people enough to tell them the truth, man. You know, I mean,
I agree with that.
We can't love them so much that we lie to them to make them feel good, man. We gotta tell them the truth. That's how we prove we love them. We don't prove we love them by lying to them, man.
I agree. And speaking of telling the truth, I got to get back to this point that I was talking about yesterday. Or earlier today, rather, but it was based on events that happened last night. So now the latest wrinkle for those black women for whom it applies is to say that you don't have no right to be talking about our appearance if we ain't your woman. If it ain't your woman, your wife, your daughter, your significant other, whatever, you need to keep your comments to yourself. Yet these same black women demand that all black men protect them all the time. I say bunk that. If I'm being called to be a community bodyguard, then damn it, I'm also a community fashionista critiquer.
Yep.
And critic.
Yep.
How about that?
I was just talking about the very same shit to my wife earlier. Me and my wife went out to get something to eat earlier. And I was telling her that, you know, oftentimes what happens with us, man, we get mad because people are criticizing us and or talking about us. And then those same people who get mad at said criticism, because they're like, oh, you know, you shouldn't be saying stuff about black people. And these very same people will turn around and start talking about the people who they claim are talking about black people. So if you are above black people being criticized, why the hell are you talking? Why are you criticizing the criticizers? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's all right for you to talk about people, but I'm not allowed to say anything about anyone because, see, you don't like the way I talk about them. To me, that's just straight bullshit. It's bullshit, man. It's just bullshit.
Absolutely.
Man.
I agree. A lot of black women, not all, but most black women, the overwhelming majority of black women don't like Republicans, don't like the GOP, precisely because they don't want to take personal responsibility. There will be judgments made upon their appearance. It's bad. It's really bad. It does nothing for my dick.
Well, we're going to get into that tonight because I actually invited quite a few brothers that I know are conservative, that are Republicans, and we're going to try to drill down on this shit, man. let me ask you, being that you're the first conservative brother here, I got quite a few brothers coming, so I guess they'll file in over the course of over the night. What made you want to be a Republican, or were you always a Republican?
Well, as I said before, the New Possibilities over on his channel about 2 weeks ago. My granddad was a Republican, and he voted for Ike Eisenhower. He was an Ike man. And when I left out of high school, graduated high school, went to my very first job, I was literally grandfathered in. We used to drive to work, and on the way into work and on the way home, we would listen to talk radio, and that's where I first got wind of Rush Limbaugh. This is back when I was like 18, 19 years old. So I guess you could say I'm a lifelong natural Republican in that sense.
So was your family Republicans? Were they Republicans?
The usual garden variety Negro Democrat.
Yeah, well, I used to be a Democrat too a very, very long time ago. Now I'm actually registered unaffiliated, because the state that I'm in now, they won't, it doesn't say independent, it says unaffiliated. But I've been independent for quite some time. I think it's only fair to mention that, because if I'm going to be talking about, one party or the other, I think it's only fair to mention that I'm not with either. I'm not with either.
Good way to think.
Yeah, I'm not with either. So if I'm going to be talking about either one, I need to at least say, I'm not part of either one. I guess that's why I'm talking about it. But yeah. But we know that the majority of Black people are Democrats. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I don't know if we have been groomed that way, because believe it or not, a lot of people don't know this. If you dial the clock back, many of us were Republicans.
Excellent point.
Many of us were.
Excellent.
Many of us were. And, a lot of people try to deny that, but that's just the truth.
Well, I just want to speak to that point real quick, brother X. My great grandfather, who Civil War vet and all that, they came out. He was a Republican. My great grandfather, grandfather, they were all Republicans. Why? Because that was the party of Lincoln. Okay. And underneath my great granddad, since they were, these people came right out of the Civil War. My aunt, big sister, who was my great aunt, who was my great grandfather's daughter. She was born in 1875, 10 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. I remember talking to her as a 15-year-old kid, and she was telling me about how they were going from Sumter, South Carolina, down in the Macon, Georgia, around that area. They were doing this shit in covered wagon and all that. And here in the 70s, I'm talking to this woman, and here she is telling us about covered wagon trails and all this kind of stuff, which was really crazy. But anyway, they were all Republicans, party of Lincoln. And then what happened after that was, we had, let's say the Rooseveltian era, where you had a lot of blacks who started to move over into the Democratic Party. And then you had, I think where the turn was complete was after Kennedy in the Johnson era, and all of that. That was, very turbulent times in the 60s, where blacks just really went very heavily into the Democratic Party after that. So there was some great changes. Everyone was Republican, up to the 30s. All blacks, they were Republicans. Party of Lincoln. That was the anti-slavery party. That's just how that was. And my grand and my great grand, all them, if you said anything against the party, you were going to have a problem. Perceived as pure savages. The Dixiecrats. And these guys were just, they were animals. That's basically what they were. They were the arch racists. You're alt-right, if you will. That was your super alt-right, if you will. And a lot of them were old Civil War vets, and their fathers and granddads were Civil War vets. And, that was the Democratic Party. And now all that started to change after President Lyndon Baines Johnson and his Great Society programs, and we shall overcome and all of that. And blacks really got involved in the Democratic Party after that because they thought that they were looking out for them, which I find quite interesting to say that blacks all were in that Republican Party. First, they didn't believe that the Republican Party, after a period of time, was serving the needs of the black community. So then somebody else who came in with a better plan and said, we got a better plan for you, then everybody ran to that party and thought. So I think over the last 120 years, as we take a look at it, what have we done? We've had one great group in the Republican Party, then we migrated over to the Democratic Party, and doesn't look like we've really, benefited immensely from either one. That's why, even though I'm a registered Democrat, my brother, my two brothers, in fact, they're Republicans, and we pretty much all see things pretty much the same way. But I think we look at things really from a common interest perspective, and I think that's where I think the next shift in this political kind of move in the black community is really going to have to really move to. I see a lot more of us talking about it because we've seen the big migrations from everybody being in the Republican Party, and then everybody then migrating over to the Democratic Party, and we look at the issues that we have there. So it, to me, definitely is history proves that you can't, just running into one giant, in one group and everybody stacking up into one party is crazy. If anything, we should be evenly split between the Republicans and the Democrats and vote our interests first. But yeah, with the history that you bring up is actually correct. Everyone, almost every black person, certainly post-Civil War era, even post-Reconstruction era, every single one of those blacks, almost every single one of them were Republican. And a lot of people may not know that, but that's exactly where we were. That was the party of Lincoln, the anti-slavery party.
Yeah. Well, we've been joined by brother B.M.T, my man. I know he's a conservative too. So what's good, brother B.M.T?
Nothing too much, brothers. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you kind of low.
Oh, hang on, let me fix that.
Sound like you're in a phone booth.
Y'all hear me now?
Better.
Oh, yeah, it's that Bluetooth thing. Yeah, I'm definitely a Republican and a conservative. And I was listening to what Nagone was saying, and he was spot on. The black community, it's like, if y'all ever seen, it's an old little machine where the wave tilts from one side to the next side, to the next. And it's been like that. Originally, like I said, like most black children, they're born into Democratic families. That's just how it is. It's been lost throughout the ages. And it's been thought because, well, the Democrats are looking out for us. And I always believe that. Be a Democrat, go to church, you know what I'm saying? White man bad, you know what I'm saying? Stay away from the police. I heard all that, but I never really thought why to ask why. If you do ask why, then that means you have to swallow the red pill. You actually have to start going down the rabbit hole. And as you start to go down the rabbit hole, you start to learn things. See, if you want to keep something from a nigga, put it in a book.
These are facts.
You put it in a book. And one of the biggest things that has failed, that the black community we fought for so hard, was what? Education. That's the crazy thing about it. We fought for education, and yet we let the same system that has kept us from education allow to dictate our education. That's the funniest thing about it. I always find that so amazing. So it's like we're back in the Matrix, but we don't know we're back in the Matrix. I'm not trying to get too scientific, but it didn't hit me until I started traveling and actually started seeing the world. And as I started to see the world, first off, I was like, yo, when I would go to other countries, they wouldn't just see me as a black person. They would see me as an American. So yes, there's racism around the world, but the way how we prop it up in America is vastly over exaggerated than how it's done in other countries. We do it too damn well. I think that's like our dying mule. And the thing about it was, when I was in the military, you see, this is how comfortable some politicians had gotten with us. A drunk man tells no tale. They don't give a shit, especially when you got money. And we was at a campfire. You know, this is before we went back into Iraq. We both go right back over there. So I guess they thought we were dead men walking. And he said, you know, it's funny. If I feed you and I clothe you and I give you a place to stay, do I not own you? Now, this was a Democratic politician telling a bunch of Negro soldiers this shit. And, you know what I'm saying? Everybody was thinking like, oh, yeah, you talking about a bitch. But it was the thing that blew my mind, that made me shut up. I was angry because this politician that told me this. And a few older black soldiers were just staring at him across the fire. And I went over to them and I said, Sarge, he said, don't you say nothing, boy. Because where he sits, he can say that. And that symbolism and what I saw that night made me never go back to being a Democrat. Because if you look at it now, we are so far into the goddamn system, they own blacks. And this is why I tell black people, we really need to go cold turkey, even if it's going to be hard, and forge for ourselves. Now, naturally, people are going to say, well, they burned down Rosewood. They burned down Tulsa. Yes, that is true. We also took the deal with King, and we knowingly, well, we ain't knowingly did it, but King's dying remarks was, I felt like I walked my people into a burning building. If y'all ever want to look that up, look it up.
He said, put him into a burning house.
Yeah.
Walk him into a burning house.
That was King. Martin Luther King said that. Malcolm X said the Democratic and Republican Party, they are no more than a wolf and a fox. You can choose which one you want to bite your ass, but it ain't gonna be good on either side.
Malcolm X spoke. Huh? It's a great point, because Malcolm strictly from a position of
right.
But anyway, go.
The thing about it, why I became a Republican, was because I understood that, listen, I'm not looking to be accepted by white people. I want all black men to hear me say this. I'm not looking and trying to be accepted by white people. I'm not part of no damn black exit. I'm not part of no type of wave, red wave, or any of that shit. I want black men to say, listen, we just need to build our own goddamn little neighborhood, our little Obsidianville, our little Wakanda, our little whatever, Nagone. And if you want to come with us and you need to talk to Mayor Prophet and come in our village, it will be by our rules and our terms. But see, this is how other communities, other ethnicities are building. See, when they vote, they don't vote Democrat. They vote Republican because they want to say, I want to separate from you others and build my own. We can't say that's not true because we got Dearborn, Michigan. If any of y'all live up north, you will know about Dearborn, Michigan. Is that not true? And the Islamic people up there have their own shit, play their own music, do their own prayer and everything. Now, there's no way that they came after us and despite Islamophobia, built their own shit. But the thing about it is, as the black man that I have a problem with, as me being a black Republican, we compromise and keep on compromising. I see why the Native Americans look at us like we're retarded. But they're like, damn, y'all keep getting fucked over and y'all keep on signing peace treaties. And this man has yet kept one damn peace treaty with y'all. Y'all voted for Obama, this nigga ain't did a damn thing for y'all but give y'all cell phones and shit. And made y'all look even more weak. For those of y'all that think that the Republican Party needed blacks, that's a damn lie. Because Bush won 2 times without blacks. So they clearly don't need you. And you don't need there's this farce that we keep on trying to appease people. Fuck trying to appease people. We need to start understanding we need to just do for ourselves. We need to start doing for ourselves. We keep on trying to compromise. Listen, I got nothing against brothers who want to do what they want to do sexually, but I'm like, damn, let's take a break from media and sex and shit and just start building our own stuff, because we already got a damn 100-year, I would say we're back 100 years from what we need to be. The crack era hit us hard. I watched my daddy and my uncles decay. Most of our men were incarcerated for a good 40 to 60 years. I believe, Prophet, you was in that age, and so was you, Obsidian, so was you, Nagone. So y'all seen the men around, how they decayed, kicked out the home, and ran out. We took a bad hit. But now we got to wipe the blood off our face, and we got to ask ourselves, are we ready to get back in and fight? Or are we ready to say, hey, I'll just take the money under the table and keep taking punches to the face?
Well,
go ahead, brothers.
Well, I know that this is what puzzles me. That's why I've been an independent for a very long time, and I've been an independent. I've always registered as an independent. You know, I'm not on either side of the table because I believe in issues. I don't believe in political parties. I just don't believe in it. You know, if you're someone who I think speaks to the issues that concern me and concern the people I love, okay, you can get my vote. You know, so I'm not, I think what has happened with black people is that we have got tethered to the Democratic Party. And I don't really know why we are. But it's strange, because if you think about the quote unquote values of black folks, our values are somewhat conservative.
Very conservative.
Yes.
We're very
conservative.
Yes.
We're very conservative.
Conservative.
For the most part, when you think about things like taxation, we have conservative views on homosexuality. We have conservative views on living conditions. We have conservative views on government. We don't want government fucking with us and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of our views are conservative when you talk about black people, you know, for the most part. So for people to think that we're this monolithic group that's absolutely positively have to run with the Democrats, to me, is just insane. You know,
absolutely.
I mean, we shouldn't be just tethered to them by default because they have a D behind their name. So let me ask you, brothers, this, being that I have 2 Republicans on the panel. Let me ask you, brothers, why do you think other black people have such a problem with you as a black person, as a black man, being a Republican?
Okay, can I speak to that 1 second?
Go ahead, brother Nagone.
I'll speak to that. I think a lot, it's the perception. It's not so much what the truth really is, it's the perception. It's how the game is spun. It has been spun in such a way that the Republican Party does not care about black people. The Republican Party has the veneer of being more racist, or the Republican Party is more about the super rich and does not care about the common everyday people. The Republican Party is really all about, let's say small government, but government control, more from a fascist perspective, to come down on the people and come down with law and order and all this type of stuff that has really worked against black people. And it is a party that is against the black man's interest. That is how the Republican Party has been painted. Is that an accurate, 100% true view of the party? No, it certainly is not that. But there are those in the Democratic Party establishment who were successful, in my view, at painting that. When you look at the Democratic Party and you look at what the Democratic Party has engaged in, they haven't been really much different than the Republican Party, really. But it's the perception, and that's a big part of the issue. And what's that perception based on? Based on race. The Republican Party, the Democratic Party has always been a party of the people, the labor movement, workers, that type of thing. That's where they've cast their kind of cornerstone. That's supposed to be a hallmark of the Democratic Party. And inclusive, bringing in black people. Once again, as I said, that transition was made finally. It was two big, basic Democratic presidents who turned things around. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he was the first one who really did that and started to shake blacks out of the Republican Party somewhat. And then the final deal was with LBJ, who ultimately then, just won blacks over big time with the whole war on poverty bill and the Voting Rights Act and all of that came through that seemed to be in line. Now, the brothers who were running around in the 60s and so forth, who were getting the voting rights bill together and so forth, they were dead on it. That did come very heavily out of the Democratic Party for the time, but Republicans did support it as well. So, that's another thing that people are not that aware of when they take a look at that. So, the Republican Party, Nelson Rockefeller and so forth, who was governor of the state of New York, who was Republican. We supported him certainly during the time when he was there as governor. He was a Republican, but very liberal, a liberal Republican, if you will. And and you had a lot of those types of people around. The Republican Party really has taken a tremendous hit in the Reagan era, where they thought it was very much against black people. And then you had people like, gets a steak and and you little other people are not eating and the big buckets online getting a steak and all that, basically, painting you as the big welfare guy and the criminal per se. Not to say that Reagan really felt this way, but that was very effective campaigning by way of what's called the Southern Strategy. That was really by Lee Atwater and his crew, and then Roger Ailes and all of them came after that and kind of really shaped that Southern Strategy policy, of which the Clintons used for president, a great deal. The Democrats, so it's not strategy was only used by one party. It was certainly used by the Democrats as well, but it did come out of the Republican Party, and some very bad press came out of the Republican Party by way of very bad press that was really spoke against black people. That came out literally from John Ehrlichman, who was a part of the Nixon administration, who admitted and said that black people were targeted for the drug war, and that the heroin and everything else like that should be pinned on black people, because that was a strong growing political group that they wanted to nullify, because they thought that would be a little bit too strong of a group, and the Republicans wouldn't really be able to maintain power with some of the movements that were being made by the Democrats, certainly after LBJ. So they targeted black people, and John Ehrlichman spoke about this. So this was out there, and the whole Southern Strategy piece and mass incarceration starting underneath them and so forth. All of it started underneath them. It certainly didn't end with them, because we know what the Democrats ultimately did. So both parties were equally engaged, is what I'm trying to say, in very racist things or policies that were very much kind of against the black community in many respects. But the Republicans were painted as as the rich, of the ultra racists, of the people who don't care, and so forth. And that's kind of how they were painted. Was this really very accurate? There's some accuracy there, but you had racism on the side of the Democrats as well. So so was this very accurate? I would have to say no, it wasn't very accurate. Do conservative Republican principles stick strong with the black community? They certainly do. So blacks are very conservative, like Brother X said. Excellent point he brought up. Blacks are very conservative, not only with respect to conservative about family and everything else like that, but crime and all that. Why are we conservative about crime? We're the closest to it. So since you're closest to crime, you're certainly not going to embrace it. You know, you talk to people like Obsidian and other brothers who are in areas of Philly where there was some crime issues. These brothers weren't having it, and neighborhood watch, everything else like that, seeing to it that the criminals weren't going to take hold. Very, very, very typical of blacks. Very, very much of certainly the black Muslim movement, where many of them were very conservative on crime as well. That's why you do see many African American brothers who might be in the NOI. Many of them are Republicans as well, which is rather interesting because they're very conservative in that. We have very conservative views, but the perception of the Republican Party has been painted as that of against black people, and that has stuck. And it is not in that perception, in the overall sense, is not entirely accurate. So that's why that is the way it is. It's just giving you a little bit of a breakdown as to why I believe this is why the Republican Party is looked upon so badly. And with this advent of the alt-right and these hyper racists who've come into the party, who are actually a relatively small group, but very vocal, made a lot of noise, visible, has also, frightened getting involved. I quite frankly blame on the Republicans letting take the head of which I think is going to hurt them a little bit more long down the road. A little bit longer down the road. And I think we're slowly starting to see some of these changes now. But I think it's a great time, if you ask me, blacks, to actually start to get into the Republican Party and get involved. So I would like to see many more black people come out of the Party and move to the Republican Party. And so we have balanced numbers. I think that's the smartest thing that we're doing on it, voting on a common interest perspective. But the perceptions of the Republican Party being racist and savage and all that has stuck people, not only just blacks, but Asians, Latinos, and others as well. Go ahead.
Do you agree, Brother Obsidian, that do you concur with Brother Nagone? This is why many black people have a problem with other black people being in the Republican Party.
Yeah, there's this all this race baiting that goes on a lot on the left, and we're going to see more of it because the Democrat Party is wedded to identity politics and race. They can't separate themselves from it. So that's going to be the order of the day moving forward. And yeah, for those blacks who are dyed-in-the-wool Democrats, they're going to not view Republicans like, yours truly, in a very positive light. They're going to think of us as like kind of pod people or whatever, taken over by something or whatever. That's how they're going to look at us. Not that I care much about it, but
well, I kind of agree with Brother Nagone. I think that it's not necessarily a bad thing for brothers to be, going into the Republican Party, black people in general, because what does that mean? That means that both sides will have to work for black folks' vote. It won't be just taken for granted. They will stop taking votes for granted if they can say, hey, look, these black folks may vote Democrat or they may vote Republican. Me, I'm all for blacks becoming independents because, see, now they really have to work for black folks' votes, as opposed to just taking them for granted. One thing I have a problem with when you talk about the Democratic Party, they have taken black people for granted, man, for many, many, many years.
Very much so.
There's no denying that. People can say whatever they want.
Very much.
The Democratic Party has taken black people for granted for many, many, many years. And they have taken black people for granted, and they haven't delivered much to black people. I mean, I often hear Obsidian talk about this when you talk about crime and poverty and ran down neighborhoods. Usually those are Democratic states. Those are Democratic cities. So you have Democrats pulling all the levers in places where it's the most impoverished, where places where the crime rate is off the damn ship, places where many, if not 50% of people are living at the poverty line and below it. These are Democratic cities. These are Democratic states where many black people are suffering. So it's almost as if the Democratic Party knows that black folks will fall in line with them, even though they're following them right into the slaughterhouse, like a bunch of sheep and cows follow the farmer into the damn slaughterhouse. Because we have been following Democrats, and still nothing has changed because of said Democrats that we follow.
I think the points you're making are really good, but I also think there's some reality to it. Some of the poorest states that exist in our union, the poorest, are Republican-run states.
Yes, I know.
Some of the poorest, some of the most impoverished, and some of the largest states that have some of the largest numbers of white welfare recipients on the books are in Republican-run states. So much of the the stories, and that's actually being told. As I said, some of it's true, but a lot of it's overplayed. What I've actually seen is that, the common interest piece is where I think black people are starting to actually come to. And why I'm saying that is we're starting to see now where black men, people may not think it's, but black people are beginning to separate even on some levels of gender. So we see black men and kind of black women making some slightly different moves. And we're starting to see that. And I suspect that will become greater as time goes on if we really don't look at this whole political piece from a common interest perspective. So there's a lot that's going to go on. Our community is not monolithic. We've never been a monolithic community ever. That's never been the case. And we never will be. But I believe we have to vote more on a common interest perspective. Black men are going to vote their wallets. Black women are going to vote their wallets as well, but they're also going to look at what's going to post with respect to keeping them covered and giving them a huge safety net. So they're going to be tremendously concerned about that. And the Democratic Party is going to be playing to that. That's why I say it's critical that we are in both parties in almost equal numbers from a political interest perspective. And that's key. And I think we're slowly starting to migrate there. I think black people are starting to wake up at this stage with all that's going on, especially after the Obama era. I know a lot of people say Obama didn't do a lot, but if you really sit down and look at it, a lot of things that he did do, he actually did some good things. But I'm not here to press all of what he did, because there's some things that he just should have done, in my view, that he didn't. That should have been more on the side of black people that he didn't do. So I certainly understand why many black people have criticism about his presidency. So I'm not here to hold a flag for him, but I certainly understand some of the good things that he has done. So politically, we have to get a bit more sophisticated, and we are one point you keep making, brother Xavier. We are conservative. We are a conservative community. So that's why I think some black conservative principles, of which I think really serve the benefit of the black community, are principles that stick with. And I think the Republican Party, in many ways, is also a good home for Black people. It was our original home, and the party tended to, the issues of Black people, especially after post Reconstruction, President Johnson and all them coming in, and they took Reconstruction down, and then you had many of the Republican presidents who came in who were not as friendly to Black people, but you did have others like Rutherford B. Hayes and so forth who came in who were more friendly and understood kind of the old, kind of guard for Black people. But during the early, we started to lose some of the interest because it looked like the Republican Party didn't care, and we're letting Black people get savaged by the Democrats and so forth, and we didn't feel we really had a place to turn. So I think there's some things that are also changing right now. So I think the political landscape is looking quite interesting. We talk about very poorly run cities, but look at Tallahassee. My great grandfather and them, it's run by a Black man right now. And it's one of the best run cities, in the country. To be quite frank, people don't know, but Tallahassee, Florida, democratically run, one of the best run cities in all of this country. And I think Black Republicans and Black Democrats could easily sit down on let's say on a collective type of move there and support a candidate that's going to really support your interests. And I think that's where we have to look more towards than just strictly party labels, but we have to be in both parties in which to play this game properly. We got to be there. We all can't be sitting up in this Democratic Party. That shit is crazy.
Let me I was listening to everything, and the reason why I got nothing, like I said, I got nothing against Democrats. I used to be a Democrat. My panel is very diverse with different parties, but it's hard to forget the old scars. Whenever we see the Democratic Party win something, who gets put on the mantle? Black women. Black women won for the Democrats. Black women got Obama in office. Black women did this. We're not going to make it seem like this ain't true, but Obsidian, I'm sure you heard that too. Have you not? We understand the Democratic Party goes towards Black women.
Oh, yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to show you why Black men are leaving from the Democratic side. And I want Obsidian, if I'm wrong, you check my black ass. I'm going to tell you why a lot of Black people, especially young Black people, are leaving from the Democratic side. Because they see how, holy shit, my mom has pimped me out to the system. This is nothing that we have not heard of. People got mad in Georgia because they were being told that they are required to go find a job. You see, when there is no accountability for popping out babies, that who is fighting harder against abortion? Who's fighting to say, hey, these women should be able to do whatever they want with their body? And I'm going to get to something. The Democratic side has told the little Black boy and girl, you can do whatever the hell you want with that toy, with that gun, with that loaded gun, and there's no consequences. It's like Pinocchio when they allowed all the little boys to run into the doggone amusement park and have fun and just tear up shit. And the thing about it is whenever there's a crime, go call a Black preacher. Whenever there's a girl that does something wrong, there is, hey, you know what? Maybe if those Black men do what they're supposed to do, hold up. Y'all just had some judges put our Black asses in jail. Mind you, you got down there in what part of Georgia? God dang it. That's run by an all Black woman judicial system. You know how many Black men done left that doggone place or already incarcerated? And you know how bad the crime shot up?
Did the crime Did the crime shoot up in that area? Is that accurate? But by the figures, I don't know because
Yes,
I
it did.
haven't looked into it, but I'm definitely going to check into that.
Yes, it went up drastically. Me and MOT covered it. Go look it up. I will go get you the numbers again from when it first started to where all the women from the judge to the sheriff to all of them took over. Look it up. It's in they put them on the board to show you that hey, black women can do it too.
So what's the increase in crime if you're saying that this is indeed true, which I have no way to I have not looked into it, so I can't speak on it at all. But what was the increase? What was the reason for the increase in crime in that area? I wonder. Because black women were on the bench. Is that it?
No. The increase in crime was a lot of black men were being put into incarceration, like over little petty crimes, and little other men were for like You ever heard of a misdemeanor murder charge?
So are you talking about that they're being in more because of petty crimes, or
we got petty
did the crime rate, did the murder rate, did the robbery rates, did these rates increase since these came on? They increase. And what was the reason for it? That's what I'm trying to understand. The
reason for it is this.
Mm-hmm.
The reason for it is this. That whole town went down because one, a lot of the first of all, we're not going to make it seem like the white man and the black woman have not been in bed, especially when it comes to politics, for a long ass time. I've never seen so many men. Like most women, you'll see them working in DSS and social services, mainly black women. I don't know why, but we see them in social service. Yet they keep complaining that the man keeps taking our men away. I don't understand it. Why would you work for the same system that keeps incarcerating your men? I find that very interesting. What kind of born supremacy shit is that?
Black incarceration rates are actually on the decline.
No,
so
it's on a decline. Yeah, they say it's on a decline because they're saying, guess what they're trying to push? Prison reform. Just because they say it's on a decline. Well, we haven't got the brothers who've been in jail for petty little thefts and crimes for like a little dime bag, for little pickup jobs. We ain't get them out yet. I ain't see them start freeing them yet. Yeah, right now they're under the scope because now they find out, we're seeing now men are coming out saying, I was locked up and now I'm suing the federal prison that incarcerated me for a crime I did. How many times have y'all seen on social media detectives and cops being pushed out for placing a gun on a black man or doing something? This is me as a Republican saying this. Mind you, I haven't heard, and this is for me, I haven't heard that many black Republicans. We haven't talked about the brother who got shot in Chicago. We haven't talked about the veteran who got shot at the mall.
Silent. So I'm not. The black Republicans have not been the conservative, which bothers me.
See, I gotta call it.
Which bothers me about the black conservatives in the Republican Party. They're silent on all this stuff. They're not calling.
Right. Don't worry. I will cover that. I will definitely cover that, Nagone. If you want in, or any of your brothers want in, I will definitely cover that. But that pissed me off. I'm like, why isn't Brandon Tatum, ABL, or any other brother, no name drop? I ain't trying to be mean, but I'm like, why is it the big name conservative Republicans talking about this, brothers? Y'all make it sound like when we die, we ain't supposed to say shit. But I'm just saying the accountability. I agree with you 120%, Nagone. I agree with Prophet. I'm like, bro, I don't know if I need to go independent because it seems like if I get shot on the Republican side, I'm not supposed to question that.
Well, but I'm going to say this. I mean, the points you're making you're making some hell of a points here, real quick. That's huge what you're saying right there, because what you're essentially saying is black people who are supposed to be black conservatives are not speaking out on technically black conservative issues, which are very important to us, and they're not speaking out on it. That's why I don't consider ABL and a lot of these guys to be black conservatives, because I don't think they give a fuck about black male issues. I don't believe they give a fuck about that. So that's why I have a real issue with real black conservatives. I have my issues with Obsidian. We've had our
Oh yeah, I was about to get to that.
I co-host a show with him, but Obsidian does, in my view, conservative is concerned, really sits more on the line of a black conservative. Even though I sometimes I think you got to call this white man out, and I think a lot of you guys just don't do it, which I find reprehensible. On some of the things that go against black men in particular, we should be calling that out as well as doing something about it. But at the same time, the views towards making black people more functional, increasing, the benefits of the black community, crime and so forth.
Yep.
Is
Fulton County.
How about it? Hold on.
That's what black conservatism should really be about. Increasing
let me ask
the piece of your community, and that's where I think brothers like him actually come in and care about black people in that regard. So I think that's the essence of what black conservatism is.
It is South Fulton County. South Fulton justice system. Black women hold all the reins. Every position in South Fulton is run by a black woman, not one black man.
Well, how about it? Hold on. Well, how about it, brother Obsidian? As a black conservative yourself, a Republican, how about it? How come the black Republicans, the black conservative, why are they not more vocal about these issues that affect a particular group of black people, like police brutality, police killings, police shootings, the criminal justice system, and so on and so forth? Why are the black, quote unquote, Republicans, why are they not more vocal about these things? Or are they just not concerned about these things as conservatives? Did we lose Obsidian? Did he go to sleep?
Obsidian, unmute yourself. I think he's muted.
Let me say this. Let me say this as the younger brother. The reason why I brought that up, and this is, like I said, I am still a conservative, and sometimes I sit down in my chair and wonder. This is why I say sometimes as black people we need to step back from identity politics. I understand, yes, it's pretty bad on the Democratic side, but damn it, it's not so much better on the Republican side. I really believe, like David Carroll said, that it's no longer a political issue. It's a genetic issue now. We really just need to step the fuck back and get the home right. You can't listen. Other ethnicities breed their children for politics. Our children are politically illiterate. They don't know the laws. They don't understand things. And even if they don't understand it, listen, I told a young man when the police were arresting him and they were doing an illegal lock on him. I said, son, don't fight it. Lay down. He said, but they're going to hurt me. I said, lay down. If they bruise you or harm you, all you need to do is go get the officer's badge. You can take him to court and sue his ass for an illegal chokehold. I got it on camera. You don't say nothing. They're going to just put you in holding, and they're going to let you go because you are a minor. You did not swing at him. Lay down. We have to understand we need to start training and teach our children and our people how to become law literate, how to become political literate. I bet some of us did not know that HR 1242 has been passed, that they're going to be reteaching Black American studies.
Yeah, well,
see, there's stuff being passed about us.
A lot of teaching has to go around. Like at my house, we spoke I had both parents and all that, and very strong family structure, very strong father. Very intelligent, mom. And we talked a lot of things across the kitchen table. So a lot of important lessons are taught at the kitchen table. with families. And that's where, like Brother Obsidian always talks about strong families, which is a key part of it. A lot of that information was taught across the kitchen table in my house. My son, he never got arrested. He never had any problems because he had me telling him what time it was and breaking things down. And we talked a lot of this stuff across the kitchen table. So, that's kind of where a lot of lessons are learned. And since the family, in so many respects, has been under siege, a lot of this is, some of these key learning areas, instead of the classroom, like the kitchen table or across the kitchen table, a lot of information is not being passed across there like it should. When we look at other ethnicities, other groups, that's a big thing, is to sit down all as a family and learn business, learn politics.
But
Learn these things there. So that's something that we've lost. I would like to see us help to regain that, or at least take control of our educational institutions,
Nagone.
and deal with this differently. Go ahead.
But just like Prophet said, this is why it's important. I remember my granddaddy would beat into us and tell us our Geechee and Gullah history about the things that they would do, what they learned at the church, what they learned when they would go to those. They had to get trained. I want you to understand, when they were doing the civil rights movement, they were being trained on what to say, what not to do, how to act, how to be. That was training, not these rallies and crap that y'all see now. I don't know what the hell all this stuff is. You don't go to no rally dressed like a thug and think that they're supposed to respect you. You go there as if you are somebody. And the thing about it is, we let too many people into our politics. Whenever Asians go to fight and have their little political warfare, you only see Asians in the group. There is no black person. There is no white person. They got 1 to 2 people speaking, and then everybody else is there just holding up signs, shut up and quiet. Ain't no women running around looking ratchet with no babies. Their kids are in school. There are men and there are women out there. They're not tearing up and being disorderly. There's order. Now, understand this. The reason why the Latino community is coming up, because they're pulling the same plays that we did in the 60s and in the 70s. They said, wow, it worked for the black people, but guess what? They're not a whole family unit. So guess what? Now they're doing it. We're on the decline. They're on the incline. Because they understand that we're not trying to build up the first government. It's the family home. That's why I agree 120% with Prophet. Black men, we are by nature conservative. Understand this, black men. By nature, you are conservative by default.
We've always been conservative. We're very conservative.
No, we are. It is the tribalistic nature that you take care of home first. You manage the first government. It is your home. You can't talk about fighting a war, and I think Obsidian did speaking on it a while back. How can you go after an enemy when you're already fighting a war within your own home with your woman? 50% of you is already at war. So how are you going to, and all they got to say, well, guess what? I put your woman through college, which was true because a lot of women were taking night school, IBM, Bell South. Y'all remember those things that were being handed out to single mothers? All those programs and stuff? And yes, they disenfranchised a lot of us men to say, oh, well, you can't put your woman in a house. We pulled up the black codes. A man could not be in the home. This is why I try to talk. Listen, me and my family, we rather starve before I put my children in the goddamn system.
Well, these are policies that we accepted. Certainly the welfare policy definitely were policies that we really should not have really accepted the way we did. All right, because we let a lot of that go down.
We signed the slavery codes back all over again. Go ahead, Nagone.
Just like mass incarceration. Mass incarceration was not about crime. Like you said, like I was saying before, John Ehrlichman, who was a top executive in the Nixon White House, that they targeted black people because of our political power. So the mass incarceration was not a crime issue; it was a political issue. That was designed to get you out of the way politically, make you less of a political force, because the 60s were one of the most rollicking times of all, and black people were fucking shaking this nation to its very core, and we were utilizing international support as well to bring a lot of attention down on us and the United States. And the United States was some bad wars, talking a lot of shit, looking bad at home. It was a tough time, So they wanted to, they gave some concessions, and then they went out to start putting your ass in jail because their view was like, this is too strong, so let's start to jail these people. And that wasn't out of crime; it was out of politics.
Hey, brother Nagone.
I agree. I agree.
Somebody
I
pulled
agree
it
that
up.
it was a political move. I do
Yeah,
believe that it was a political move.
That's what came out of there. I mean, the Republican Party, Nixon, the Nixon administration, they told you, jail these Negroes.
Yep.
And that's where you first had law and order. That's where the first term came from, and then you had mass incarceration start then. And I didn't. And what I never saw any of the black conservatives ever speak about that inside the party. They've been dead silent on that, and say, well, the black, the black congressional caucus signed on to it, and they were the ones who wanted this, and and with the black
damn hyenas, they ain't for shit, but for themselves. Hyenas ain't for shit.
He had some of them, but then when they started seeing that people were really getting torn out, and then they wanted to make some moves to turn this thing around, they didn't have the power in Congress. And then the white Democrats doubled down on it and started shutting out the black congressional caucus with some of the more radical functional members there who couldn't be heard. So it just showed you how both parties, man, play, just double down on that shit. That's why the Republicans never stopped this welfare. They talked about welfare in big state. They never stopped it. They never did shit against it because politically, it kept kept you out of the game. So I mean, I think a lot of us, haven't really understood how this power game really works here in this country and how politics and economics play so closely together.
Exactly. I mean, the Democratic Party. Let's talk about the Democratic Party for a minute, shall we? I mean, when you talk about the Democratic Party, they know the numbers just like we know the numbers, right? When you think about black people, right? We're like somewhere between 13-15% of this population here in the United States. People will try to fudge those numbers, but that's kind of where we are realistically, right? Now, what percent? Yeah, what percentage of that is black men? What, 5.5%, and the other 7-something% is black women, right? So
they say 6% is supposed to be black men.
Yeah,
that's up 6%. That's the number they have for us.
So you're talking about more black women than black men. That's just a numerical reality, right? So you subtract those of us who are incarcerated. You subtract those of us who are disconnected politically. So who do the Democratic Party have to appeal to? They have to appeal to black women. They don't really have to appeal to us because, see, we are a small percentage of the voting bloc, especially when you're talking about when you got 33 1/3% of black men who have a criminal record, which knocks them out of the voting rolls altogether. Right? Even if they are walking around with the rest of us, they cannot vote. So they're out. 1/3 of them are out in many states. I mean, some states have changed the laws, but for the most part, most states, you're out. If you done been to jail, you got felonies, you're done. You're a voting block that they don't even have to worry about. So they don't really have to appeal to black men because number one, there's not enough of us. Okay. And those of us who are, or should I say, most of us who are available, we are also following the lead of who? Of the black women who vote, because 95% of black women are voting Democratic. Therefore, many brothers are voting Democratic. Now, mind you, in the last 2 election cycles, you had, a pretty significant amount of brothers voting for Republican candidates. But it wasn't gigantic numbers. Was it enough to possibly swing an election? Of course, but it's not the majority. The majority of black people are voting Democratic.
But brother X, black people, we are the swing vote here in this country.
Yes, I know that.
We are the swing vote. So we're very important. Republicans try to say that, oh, you're not, they don't really need you. I hear David Callum say they don't really need you. As smart as he's supposed to be on politics, I'm a little bit disappointed.
Well, Democrats don't hold that position
because they've tried to suppress your vote in so many respects. In order to stop you from voting.
The Democratic Party doesn't believe that. Okay,
so we hold a lot of.
Why do you think they stroke? Why do you think they stroke black folks so much? They don't believe. Democrats do not believe that shit. Maybe Republicans believe it, but Democrats do not believe that. That's why they stroke black people and promise black people trinkets, cash, and prizes and shit like that, because see, they know that black people are that swing vote. But some black people, a small percentage of black people, don't care about that shit. That's why they're voting Republican. They're voting Republican because they're not buying what the Democrats are selling, to be honest.
I think what's starting to happen is very good. I am glad that people are waking up, and they're just saying the Democrats have just taken our vote for granted, and you have more and more people saying this who will believe in it, and they're starting to make moves. The economy is supposed to be decent in some areas now, so black men are starting to black men are working. That actually the unemployment rate started to go down precipitously underneath Obama, and then it's still going down underneath Trump. So Trump is going to take credit for that as well, of which he can. And black men are basically voting kind of their wallets, and I think this has been proven. So that's kind of where we're at, and the black women are getting upset because they're getting a lot of the government. They're giving a lot of the government benefits. They, Xavier, the best you might get unemployment, or then you can get disability. But brother, you ain't getting no WIC. You ain't getting no Section 8. They ain't no safety net out there for your ass. B.M.T. They ain't no B.M.T. They ain't got no Section 8 apartment land for your ass, brother.
You damn sure don't got shit for me.
Well, you know what I'm saying? They ain't got a WIC. They ain't got a WIC. They ain't got a WIC. They ain't got a WIC check for your ass. So if you down and out, you down and out, motherfucker. You done.
Well, that's the thing. So
that's where this thing is starting. So that's where the rubber's meeting the road on this, bro. Me
and brother Obsidian, we disagree on many things, but this is one thing that I agree with him on, that oftentimes what happens is black men and black women have total different interests in society and politics at large. We think about different things because see, many black men don't benefit from many other things that black women benefit from. Black men don't really benefit from that shit. They really don't, across the board. Black men, because see, the government doesn't offer black men the things that it offers black women. It just doesn't. No. It offers black women all kinds of shit. It doesn't offer black men nothing. What they do with black men is throw their ass in jail, put them on goddamn child support, fucking try to run them through the ringer, splash them on TV doing the fucking purple walk with their hands behind their back. I mean, that's the kind of shit black men get. All right, that's what the government gives. That's what the government gives black men. But black women,
both parties, mind you.
Yeah, both parties. But black women kind of get stroked. Black women kind of get coddled in a sense. They get coddled
in a sense.
They get coddled.
That's exactly what's going down. Are you kidding? That's exactly what's going down.
What they do, black men, we don't get coddled from the government. And you know what, black men, we don't want to be coddled by the government. We want you to leave us the hell alone. Get the hell out of our way and let us make our money and shut the hell up. And don't charge us too many damn taxes. That's what black men are about. Black men are about that. Black men are about saving some dough. Because what a lot of people don't know is that black men in the black community, which is strange because we don't have the lending institutions to back us up as much, but we're some of the best savers in this country. We are some of the best savers. You, Xavier, you, B.M.T, me, Nagone, Obsidian, we are of the best money savers in this country. We have to be, because we
Okay.
realize no one's
All right.
going to give us shit.
All right, that's the reality. So there's no question about it. So we're seeing certain things starts to take its natural shape now. It's natural shape. Brothers are not going to be supporting so certain aspects of this welfare state. They just, brothers are not, and the less brothers are getting married, the less brothers are running around, having kids and all that, the stronger and stronger this is going to be. And that's just kind of, that's where we're at with this. That is where we're at. And I have no problem with it. This is a problem we have to deal with. And a lot of these black women are going to have to look at this as well and make the determination as to, how they see their interests. I believe that black women are voting their interests. Our interests are going to change. So how we're going to get together on this is another question. That's why I say it's critical we're in both parties, damn near in equal numbers, damn near so. And the bad thing I say about the Republican Party is they scared a lot of black people with the white man terror scream from the far right contingency. Scared a lot of people off.
I don't think I'm going to live to see a time where you got 50-50 split down the middle with black folks, Republican and Democrat. I think black people are going to continue to vote majority Democratic. I mean, I just think, I don't think I'm going to live to see that. Maybe it'll happen sometime way after I'm dead, but I just don't think I'm going to live to see a time where most black people vote Republican. I mean, the numbers are going to increase now. They're going to increase, but I don't think it's going to be a point where the majority of black people are voting for Republicans.
If the Republicans could hold sway and keep and move things in a positive direction economically for the country long term, you're gonna see plenty of black men go there, because these young kids, man, a lot of millennials and others that are coming up, man, they ain't with some of this, but they ain't with some of the fuckery that they see on the Democratic side again. They ain't with it. So I think that they actually could. Are they going to do it? I don't think so. I think they're too fucking stupid to fucking keep things going because they're too
let me say this.
Too fucking short-sighted. But if they had the vision to handle this thing right, they certainly could. But anyway, go ahead.
Let me say, when there are more now, and Nagone, y'all will agree, there are now more black men who are forming households and moving to middle class to upper middle class and more.
We've seen it. The numbers are supporting this.
Okay. Now, as they are forming these blue collar and white collar families, what is happening is, listen, I don't want to be part of the system. Now, mind you, I wanted Andrew, the brother who was running in Florida, I wanted him to win, but it was a black man. I wanted to see a black man win Florida for once. I wanted to at least see that. Mind you, even though I didn't agree with everything, why he lost was for school choice. One of the things that is very important that we got to understand that we need to start fighting is for our children. Because we got to understand our time is already over. I said this one time to an older militant political person. I said, listen, your time, you lost your war. Now it's my war. Now I have children. I have to arm them because this is how wars are won. After the soldiers fought his fight, he needs to train up the younger guard. And what is going on is you train your children not to be dependent on the system. Now, as we are seeing this now with black men are leaving from black Democratic homes, not saying that the Republican homes are any better, but I try to tell brothers, listen, if you see something fucking with black men, we need to call it out. Don't turn a blind eye. Do not lose face value of your pigment as a black man. I do not agree with that shit. Nothing pisses me off more than when something happens to a black man and we get shot and they're like, well, what did he do? Like, nigga, don't just write him off like just because he's black. Like, what the fuck? Like, don't. We need to start putting our money towards the future, because that is what wins. And nobody gives a shit about marching anymore. I'm sorry. The reason why Martin won his fight, because he attacked them at their wallets. If you want to go look at it analytically with the boycott, the white man was losing jobs.
You're talking about the Montgomery bus boycott,
correct?
Right? Yeah, the Montgomery bus boycott was pure economics. And
it was an economic. He boycotted. That's why they want. No, they couldn't give a shit if Negroes were walking. They didn't give a fuck about that. Black people, the black household was using the bus system, but not every black family had a car. Well, so guess what? They were paying the bus system to go. But guess what? They started walking. They started saving their money and buying vehicles together.
And they started carpooling. I was very aware of that time. And the Montgomery Bus Company, for that whole period, they lost $650,000.
That's a lot of money back then.
Over that. It was a lot of money. The company was getting ready to go under. The governor, George Wallace, said he sat down there, and a bunch of the business community, it wasn't done by a bunch of politicians. It was the businessmen sat down and said, this integration, we need to think about doing this. And Wallace was sitting there listening to this, couldn't believe it, but he saw the white business community sitting down saying, we're going to have to do some integrations, because they looked at it and said that they can essentially, as a workforce, shut us down. Yep. And we won't have the numbers to run our businesses. And if they don't ride this Montgomery Bus Company, we are going out of business. So what we need to do is sit down and cut a deal. Because at the end of the day, what did it come down to? It came down to the money. Yep. And one way to get white man attention, or anybody else's attention for that matter, is hit them in their pocketbooks, and folks, you'll get their attention mighty fast. So that's the kind of game that we have to play. We understood that. We've walked away from a lot of that right now, but that's the game that we have to play. That's why I'm saying
we're not playing that game now.
No. I'm saying that's the game we have to play.
Right.
Black people are sleeping on some of this, and that's why I say, "Oh, they don't need you. They don't need you. They don't need you." People saying this, you're wrong. You are wrong. You have to understand how to properly apply your vote, properly raise money, and get candidates involved. Put your people in, put a lot of pressure on this fucking system, okay? Not by walking around and marching, but raising a asshole full of money, like my old man used to say, and putting that money to work for you by buying support, and your own think tanks and so forth, and really pressure the system that way. And you will make great change. We could do this very quickly, but that's something that we have to. The biggest problem that we have is how we think. It's changing how we think, and that's the most important thing. If you want to play the power game, you got to play it powerfully, and that's where we're at with how to do that. But until we start doing that, we're not going to see much change.
Let me see
this. Hold on a second. Well, I'm a true believer that many of that marching and all that kind of crap, I think that stuff is kind of outdated.
It's done, man.
I mean, what drives the political system in this country anyway? Like you said, money. The dollar bill. The dollar bill drives it. And black folks, I think we show up a little lackluster when it comes to money. If checks, okay, and start putting in, like you said, putting in our own candidates and start funding that candidate, start funding politicians, because black people are going to have some degree of political power to make any moves. Now, people will tell you, oh man, we don't need politics. Bullshit. You're going to need some politics, because politics pretty much rules everything you do. Okay, the water that comes into your damn house, the people who pick up your damn garbage, where your kids go to school, whether or not their ass get picked up by the bus, whether or not you got traffic lights on your street, all that shit is controlled by politics. So when people talk that old, oh well, politics don't have anything to do with anything, BS, man. Because when I went to vote 3-4 weeks ago, guess what? There were only 2 office holders running. I think about 6 judges, and everything else were amendments. Everything else was policies. Everything else was everything from affordable housing, or whether or not to change the water, where the water comes from, shit like that. All of that stuff is political. That is political stuff. So
say that, say that again.
It's political stuff, man.
Say that again.
Whether or not your garbage gets picked up has a lot to do with politics. Whether or not your school bus driver picks your kids up, it's politics. Whether or not you got water sources coming from a particular place, politics, man. All that shit has to do with politics. Like I said, whether or not there's traffic lights on your damn road, it's politics. Whether or not there's street signs, all of that shit has to do with politics, man. Whether or not your taxes go up or down, whether or not you got to show ID to vote, all that shit has to do with politics. All of it. So for black people to think they can be separated from politics and gain power is absurd.
It's so fundamental. It's not even funny. But I was on a panel with another crew of guys. This was a few days back. I'm not going to mention who it was. And they had some guy come up there. Well, he's listening to me, but I don't vote because you throwing your vote away. And then he's got these people listening to him talking about how he doesn't vote and people should be listening to him. After that, I was like, what am I talking to? Was this the Ship of Fools or something I'm on? I mean, it was. I just couldn't take these guys seriously after a period. I'm like, do you understand that election day and elections determine who are the winners and losers of your society and culture? Do you understand that? People just they just don't understand. Some of these people, it's amazing to me. So some of the thought or the lack of thought processes that we have here. But what you just broke down is bottom line. It's bottom line stuff.
Especially when you're talking about local politics, brother. Local shit, you need to be voting on that shit, man. Your money, your alderman, your town clerk, your sanitation commissioner. I mean, all of that shit matters, man. That shit actually affects your damn life. It affects your life. It does. Now, you may want to separate yourself from it, but in reality, all that shit affects your life. It just does, man. We can be in denial of it all we want, but politics affect us, especially on the local level. So if you're sitting around telling people not to vote, you're sitting around telling people not to participate in the shit that affects their life, their mama life, their daddy life, their children's life. That's what you're really telling them. You're telling them, just disregard all the shit that affects your life because, see, you don't drink water. You don't have garbage that need to be picked up by the city. You don't care about the judges, the district attorney.
My God.
You don't care about it. It matters to you. Yeah, it doesn't matter to you. Who sits on the bench? Who's the sheriff? Who's the DA? None of that matters to you until your son get his black ass locked up and he get old judge up there that throws the book at him and lock him up for 45 years. I bet you you're carried in, don't you? I mean, I don't.
That's so fundamental. I mean, I remember the old Speaker of the House, Tip O'Neill, big old Irish, ward politician. He was Speaker of the House. And he was like, all politics is local. That's what he used to say. All politics is local. So he said, you got to vote. You got to vote from the president on down. He said, be involved. It's all related, and that's why that's the people who are very active politically or very active political communities do very well because they know that certain things you're not going to be able to get away with. You can sit here and talk to Jews all day. Oh, I hate the Jews. Them motherfuckers vote.
You're damn right they do. And this is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand, brothers. You have black people, right? You have black people who always talk about, how much, the Republicans are racist and, they hate the Republicans. I totally disagree with 90% of the Republicans say myself. So being that they feel that way, wouldn't they think that it would be imperative to go out there and vote to keep these most hated fucking Republicans that you talk about all the time out of office? I mean, it's like a defeatist kind of argument, because they say, oh God, the Republicans are racist. We hate the Republicans, you know, la la la. We hate them, but we're not going to do shit to try to keep them out of office, though. We're going to let them get in office and then just talk shit about them. You would think that all the shit that people talk about Republicans, they would go and at least try to keep them out of office. But many of us don't do that. And that makes no sense to me either, because I feel like this: if you don't vote, your ass ain't got right. You ain't got a right to complain because you didn't help a motherfucker get into office, nor did you try to help to keep somebody out of office. So why are you saying anything? Just shut up. You didn't vote. So just shut up, because you didn't do anything. You didn't help keep someone out, or did you try to help to put someone in? So we shouldn't be listening to you at all.
And when I hear those people talk, I'm like, did you vote? Well, what
Yeah.
difference does that make? Next, let's keep it moving.
Yep.
I don't even want to listen to them, because you know they make no sense. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But man, you're hitting that shit on the head. It's very important that we understand how important our franchise really is, and a lot of people don't think it's important, but it is critical. It will determine, in so many respects, what's going to happen to you in your life, and people they play it off like it's not important.
You're damn right,
and that's crazy. That's crazy. B.M.T, man, what's up, baby?
I wanted to say, because like I said, y'all brothers are just speaking gospel. I like this kind of talk because we don't have this kind of talk. You can get black men to talk about anything, but when it comes to politics, they're like, oh man, I don't want to talk about that shit. And I'm like, you'll dodge around the one thing that affects you to the day you die. The same thing that our men and women purposely would march and die for. You don't care. This is the thing. I never understood that. Why? And the thing about it is, when I went to go vote, I didn't see no young black people in there. I didn't see none.
Yeah, I noticed that too when I went to vote. I noticed the same damn thing, man.
I didn't see no young black people in there. I saw probably a few older ones, like old. But as far as it came to people in our brackets in the 30s and 40s, I didn't see none, especially not no 20s. And
problematic.
It is very, but you know what? I definitely saw a lot of different other people, and their people came out there to vote. And this is something y'all can't listen. I'm telling you right now, we're that child that is falling by the wayside in class. That after a while, when everybody's getting education and getting out, this is why a lot of things, it is so easily. It amazes me. We'll listen to the kid that puts on rainbow colored hair and tattoos, but the person that says get out and vote. Like when again, like I said, we are not training our people properly for warfare. One of the biggest things is politics.
Yes,
Biggest things is politics, and then y'all gotta understand. Those are the people that swing for your sons and daughters. Like, listen, your daughter can have this type of medical care that might fuck up her reproductive. You might have this. You have another politician that you don't know about that tells, listen, your son walked on the wrong side of the street at the wrong hour. He's fucked. I don't understand.
All warfare, all of it. All warfare is political.
This is why I'm trying to let y'all know, man. Like, we need, and I agree, we need people on both sides, because I worry, because when we're gone and dead, who's gonna fight the good fight? And y'all, and I want you to understand, and it's getting to that point now. We're not increasing like we should. We're not. I'm not trying to tell brothers to stay in America, but listen, your problems are not going to change. But guess what? In Africa, those people, they fight to go vote. Everybody in every other country, they fight to have some type of voice. But black people, we need to start fighting for our voice again. Don't let the people who got shot, sprayed by hoes, chewed up by dogs, houses burned down. Don't let, if you would have voted back in the day, they would have repossessed your home and you and your family be out in the streets. That's how serious it was, but the people will still go vote. Y'all got and the thing about it is, listen, don't let your voice be suppressed. Like y'all be saying, like we don't matter. We do matter.
Man,
I
we
know
are,
I matter.
we are critical.
Everybody on this panel matters to me.
Damn right. Damn right.
Well, brother B.M.T, this is what I say to that, and I'm right here with you. I believe that we as a people, we as black folks, right? We're always crying about our rights. We're always crying about whether or not we have a voice. We're always crying about whether or not we have a say. When you vote, that's one time in your life, if no other time, that you actually have a literal say in what's going on. Win, lose, or draw, you have a say. So why people would not take advantage of that is just beyond me. I mean, because I noticed when my wife and I went to vote, right? Now where we are now is a more wider precinct, okay? And in that wider precinct, do you know that there were more black people voting in there as opposed to over where it's a 70% black precinct? Now, make that make sense. In a wider precinct, you had percentage-wise, and I think number-wise too, I'm not sure, you had more black people in there voting than there were black people voting in the black precinct, which begs the question.
Well, I know why that is.
Yeah, the black people who are voting more than others are probably what? Probably higher on the socioeconomic ladder. All right? Because like I said, we live in a pretty white precinct, and it was full of black folks over there. Full of black folks. But over in the black precinct, no one. I mean, it wasn't like lines, nothing. Yeah, nothing. Nothing. And most of the people in there were like our age. They're like our age coming in and out of there. Because that's the side where we used to live on the other side of town. Now that we're over here, that's a little more white. We actually see more black folks.
Well, it means it's not only you have a lot more to lose. Bigger home, business. Well, you got a lot to lose. So you've got a lot of skin in the game. You have to be involved politically because there's certain kind of things that can happen that can either be proactive for you that may come up, or it could go against you. So the black person who figures maybe they're in the ghetto, or not so even so much a ghetto, but they're in an area where maybe there's less home ownership and so forth. Folks might take a slightly less aggressive view but like in my hood, where I live, which is a fairly mixed area right now. Folks are coming out to vote. They're always concerned about their property taxes, concerned about what's going on with the school boards, and so there's a lot of skin in the game. Folks got a lot of skin up in this piece, so that's where they are. If you're paying the amount of taxes that we pay per year in this area, you better well make sure all that money you're paying.
Yeah, but think about this.
Working to your advantage, and that's how a lot of these people are thinking. So you have to. So what are they looking at? Looking at their interests, and that's what black people have to do. We have to look at.
But isn't that somewhat counterproductive though? Because okay, let's talk about, let's jump back to criminal justice, right? Because that's a big concern with black folks, right? The criminal justice system, incarceration, police brutality, sentencing laws, and all that kind of stuff, right? That's a big concern for us as black folks. Now, we always complain about how these cops get off with killing us. These extra long sentences and all that kind of stuff going to black people. So we need to be involved in that too. How the hell you think your black ass get on a jury? You have to be registered to vote.
Absolutely, we're saying the same things. You know,
you have to be registered to vote to get on those juries.
Very important. Very important.
To keep the white policeman from getting off of goddamn the murder charges that he got charged for killing one of the brothers in the street.
Because if your ass ain't on that, if you ain't on that jury box, passing judgment down on that mofo, then that means
what I'm talking about.
His people gonna be in there. They're gonna let his ass walk, and he's gonna be out there.
You're goddamn right.
Splitting wigs again.
If I done got murdered and murked in the middle of the damn highway by some white police officer, and even if he does get arrested, okay, and charged and go to trial, you actually think 12 white folks gonna freaking find him guilty for killing me? But guess what? If it's about 8 black folks on that jury, if it's 12 black folks on that jury, guess what? Maybe this goddamn cop won't get away with murder. So those neighborhoods who are on the lower socioeconomic part of the totem pole should be concerned with that, because that's where law enforcement is more concentrated. That's more likely the geographical area where brothers are going to get shot. Those are the areas where they cry over policing. Those are the areas where cops are planting guns and dope and all kinds of nonsense on people. So you would think that they would be more concerned with goddamn voting than anyone else, because they have more contact with law enforcement than a person who lives more in the white area of town. I know I live in like a mostly white town. I hardly ever see the police. Hardly ever. When I lived on the other side of town, I saw the police all the time. Over here, I can count the times in a week that I see a damn police car. So you would think that if they live in those neighborhoods, like I said, they're crying about over-policing and all that kind of stuff, they should be engaged with the political process, because policing is political too.
Yeah, they should be, but a lot of people, the reason why I was saying why a lot of them don't feel like they want to get involved, because they think they have less involved. They think they have less skin in the game. It's crazy.
Yeah, but that's stupid. Yeah, but that's stupid.
Of course it's stupid. But of course it's stupid. But at the end of the day, this is how a lot of people are thinking. I do not understand why black people should be voting like crazy up in here. I mean, is Obsidian around? Obsidian, you here?
I think Obsidian sleep.
I think one of the things about it that I would always see was, like I said, when I moved. When I started living in white majority neighborhoods, and I would see the drastic difference when you're actually paying and you have to contribute to the community. See, I never understood. That's the thing about it for black people. I sometimes I ask, do we truly know what it means to say community, village? That means you have to put in. You pay to be there. And if you pay to be there, you ain't gonna fuck it up. Because you're there. You gotta be accountable for everything. See, that means you ever notice whenever they do these riots, they never run in the white neighborhood. They don't run up in there. It would be a suicide run, like Indians running up on a goddamn fort. They just sit there with the cannons and shoot your ass. Yeah, you understand? In my neighborhood, there are so many white people with guns. You don't see Ray Ray and Pookie walking down the street looking at people's house. These white people are looking for a reason to play Call of Duty. Like I just want y'all to know that. But in the black communities, as much as we flex guns, they get robbed all the fucking time. That used to always blow. I said, damn. This one dude just drove by flexing a goddamn a little Uzi, and his house got ran up in. I said, damn. But the
Well, let me ask you this. Hold on, brother BMT. Do you think that is due? Do you think
shit.
that is due to Republican policies or Democratic policies? What do you think that is due to?
Man, I don't know. That has to be Negro policies or something. Because I don't even know how to come on, man. We don't even know how that logic works. Because as much as they say that there's guns in the black community, we constantly see ourselves regressing. And I mean, like I said, I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna listen, man. Republicans, they have played. Here's the thing about it. As a Republican, from being in a lot of my meetings with a lot of my white counterparts, when they fuck with you on an economic scale. That's how they fuck with you.
Yeah.
They don't hit you.
No.
They hit you economically. They hit you generationally. They make sure they fuck you up where you don't see it, but your future generations will see it and deal with it. The Democrats, they hit you socially, where the world can watch it as you deteriorate and die like a cancer. So that's how it's played. This is why, again, I try to tell a lot of us that, yo, it's a war on us, and we not trying to fight. It's like we're not fighting back. We throwing rocks at that people with machine guns. And the thing about it is, listen, man, it's like I watch people when I saw the black people walking up to Trump and saying, "Well, what are you gonna do for us?" He was right. He said, "Well, what the fuck did y'all do for me? Y'all didn't get me in here. Y'all didn't pay for me. If you don't pay for the politician, they don't owe you shit. I'm sorry, y'all don't gonna like me saying that. Until we start paying for a politician to get an office, like we own that dude, you can't tell him shit."
I agree.
B.M.T, you ain't said nothing but the motherfucking word.
I'm just saying, man.
And at the end of the day,
we got to start writing checks, man. If we want
to, that's the power perspective.
Yeah.
If you're not controlling politicians, if you're not controlling the flow of politics, how the hell are you going to ask for a lot? I mean, you can ask for a lot. You can ask for a lot, but you ain't gonna get anything. You have to control a large part of the game, and that takes money. It doesn't take as much money as a lot of people think that it would take, but you're going to have to put some money into it. You're going to have to own politicians. You're going to have a super PAC, and really start putting people out there to push your agenda,
right?
And if we're not doing that, then you're not really part of the power game. And that's the problem with a lot of us. We don't talk power. We act like we understand it, but it's just that's not what's happening. You really have to coalesce your dollars, coalesce your votes, move in very large, strong numbers, and that's what people respect. And we have the capacity to do it, but we're not doing it.
Let's look at it like this. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show you how amazing that. I'm gonna show you a demonstration. Black people helped Obama get in office. Okay. Second election, he didn't go to the black people. He went to the LGBT community. Okay, mind you, he said, "I'm against gay marriages," but he didn't see black people supporting him for the second time because we didn't see that much stuff. Okay, I'm gonna show you. So guess what?
We supported him at 93%.
Now, hang on now. But we weren't doing. But we started having issues. Because
it was small.
We started having real issues. Now, let me show you. When the gay people, it's one thing to vote. It's another thing to finance. Let me show you. There's a difference.
Yeah. There's a big thing. They own people.
Voting and financing are two different things. Let me show you how to really move the chessboard, because when I would watch my captains and colonels and them, the minute it was time for voting season, they will always say, "Johnson, get out your checkbook. How much do I need to write? Write out at least 2,500. Are you sure? That's a lot. Trust me, it's going to be worth it." And as I wrote out 2,500, he said, "Now watch. We need to get a pay raise in the military." Guess what? 2 years later, our pay raise. That $2,500 wasn't shit, but I got an extra add-on bonus because they taught me money talks, bullshit walks. The LGBT paid for Obama. Guess what? They got marriage license. Until us as black people understand that if we don't pay for shit, nobody owes you shit. You can go to them and say, hey, we built this country. Congratulations, nigga. That was my granddaddy. What are you paying me? Like, what are you paying me? Because that check done cashed. Like, whoever that was with, they dead. I need to know how much you gonna pay me. That way I will listen to you. You sign the check, you write it out, it's in my pocket. You can always bring it back up on me, or you can take me to court. Mind you, that's why Trump is having issues right now. I'm showing you right now. What does Trump have issues with in court? Because they think that he took money. Mind you, if he keeps his deal and appeases the people who pay him or fuck with him, everything goes away. I'm telling you, America, and I'm telling you for me as a person who works for the government, if you pay to play, you can play all fucking day with the horse.
Well, this is the deal.
Well, hold on a second, because we've been joined by brother InfoMan and my man Art. What's good, brothers? Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, what's good,
Doing fine,
What's
brother.
up, Art?
Doing fine.
What's up, information man? What's up, Frat? What's up, baby?
All good, baby. I'm actually in the car, so I'm having a late day today, but I just wanted to come on. I heard everybody talking about politics and policing, and I just want to say, brothers, first of all, I don't really think our people understand political science. I think when you're in college, I think how many people have either taken a political science course in college or even studied political science just in general? I don't think black people today understand politics. And so if we don't really understand how politics works just on a general level, how do you expect people to understand the power of persuasion over your politicians? I've been saying that for a while, that you have to own politicians. Here in California, I'm part of a union, and when the Supreme Court did what they did by saying that people don't have to be a part of a union, they know in California that people may not join the union and pay fees. Therefore, the union will be weaker, which means what? Less money to our union, which means what? Less money to bribe and buy the politicians, because the politicians that we buy in California at the state level are the ones that will give us raises, the ones that will lobby for my union because we got them in the pocket. So the politicians only respect power, and black people, we have no power. Therefore, politicians don't need to respect us, which is why Democrats have always taken our votes for granted, because they know that we have no real power. So we don't have any real power to threaten them, because we have no PACs. We don't vote in a block like Claudette Anderson talks about. And as a result of that, we find ourselves in the shit that we're in. And that's just the reality, gentlemen.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Yep. All right, thank you. So that's where we find ourselves. We don't have a sense of education and understanding of politics in general. And brother talked about the community. Black people don't have a community anymore. Thank you. We're just occupying spaces in places that we call communities. We don't have a damn community. We need to get over that one right there. We don't have a damn community. We just live in places that we occupy. We don't own anything. A community is made up of people who have ownership in where they live. We don't have that. So I rest on that so far. And community policing, the police, as far as I'm going to stand on my square with this, we have problems with police. Police don't respect black people. I don't care if you got a Bruce Brothers suit on or you got your pants sagging. Police do not respect black people, because police have been designed to occupy us, because they come out of slave patrols. You can look at the history. So all this stuff about, black police will be good to us if we're good citizens. I've been harassed by police my damn self.
Hey, how are you?
Doing fine. Can I just get 4 mustard packs?
Yeah.
Thank you. Even when I've been an outstanding citizen, I've been harassed by police. So you guys can dismiss me with this whole police stuff. Police are not friends to black people. They never have been. Never will be. Thank you. That's where I stand, brothers, and I'll shut up.
Well, I can agree to that. I mean, there's never going to be a time where police aren't killing black folks. I mean, we can forget that. I mean, that's going to happen. That's just a fact.
Let me say this, and I always try to tell people. I said, listen, man. Until we start forming our own type of police brigade, our own little policing. See, nobody polices the white man. They don't police him. I'm trying to teach y'all something. I live with this man for quite a while now. And he amazes me. This motherfucker sometimes walks around with an AR in his goddamn front yard in his drawers and gets a hard on for a flag. And I'm like, damn, where the fuck is the cops? Oh, wait, he's over there just waving at him for a barbecue. Fuck. You got to understand, nobody, until you learn how to manage yourself. And I can't, and like I said, I think Information Man missed it. I said, like the Democratic politician told me, if I feed you and I clothe you and I house you, I own you.
True.
So you got to understand, and listen, they don't have to hide what they do anymore in the dark.
True.
They got bold as fuck. They can shoot you, let it get caught on camera, and say, well, I'll see you in court, but I doubt you're going to testify. So,
true. But let me just make this point to what you're just saying. The reason why he can walk around with the weapon in his drawers, because white men control and have constructed the police force. So if the police force is controlled and governed by white men and was built, like I said, out of slave patrols, then damn it, quite obviously a white man can walk around like that because one, he's not seen as a threat, and two, the police departments were never designed to have to police white people. It was always designed to police other people who are not white. That's what it came out of. That's what it always has been. And that's why that white boy can walk around with a gun. That's why white men can do mass shootings and get arrested and be given a damn Burger King like Ruth Dillon, and black men will be shot taking a damn wallet out of our pocket, like what happened to the brother in New York years ago. Going into his dwelling, he gets shot 40 damn times, and to come to find out he's got a damn wallet in his hand, minding his own business. A white boy can do what he wants because the police force was built for white men to police other people who don't look like them. That's the bottom line. So your point very well made, but you have to understand the reason why he doesn't become a threat to the police, because he's one of them. That's the bottom line. Let a black man walk around like that, your ass would probably get shot, arrested, harassed, told, hey, you ain't got no business with that gun in an open carry state. That's the truth, brothers. Let's not try to hide and duck from that reality, brothers. That's the reality. I'm sorry.
It is. Well, we've been joined. Hold on, BMT. I want to go to my man Art, and we also been joined by my man brother Haywood. What's good, brother Haywood? You always popping up in here late, man. What's good with you, man?
Please forgive me, man. Been out in these streets, but now I'm home and I'm ready to contribute. It sounds like you guys already having a spirited discussion here.
Yeah, it goes down here on the old TPOT YouTube page. I'm gonna go to my man Art, then I'm gonna get back to you because I know you're a black conservative too. So I want to get, your points. All right. Brother Art, what you got for me, man?
Yeah, greetings, brother Prophet.
What's good, brother?
What's going on, Alpha Fam? Panhandle in the house.
Alpha Fam. Art, you.
No, I said Alpha Fam. I'm Omega.
You're Omega. You Q side.
Yeah.
My dad's a Q.
Yeah, 95. So I guess I'm considered old school.
Who me?
I know you. Go ahead.
I went over spring '79.
Oh man, so you know my profiles then. And Obsidian, peace up to you, brother Obsidian. It's good to be on the same panel with you.
So, I came through 80s.
In the 80s. Yeah, you know a lot. You know a lot of my pro fights information, man. A lot of
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Frisco State.
No.
So yeah, they told me about you, brother. Um, anyhow, let me go on with the discussion. My mother married a political consultant. You know, he was known as the hit piece man. So I'm well aware of politics, even though I avoid it. They say that it's hard to walk straight in a crooked game. Um, the other part, I lean more towards Nagon's way of looking at the Democrat and Republican thing. But at the same time, I lean more towards you, Prophet. I'm more in the middle rather than trying to side with one or another, because I just go with the waves of what looks good for our people and how it benefits us as a people. But what I've noticed when the voting, voting passed, I've noticed that out of all the candidates, damn near everybody was clearly crooked. So it kind of shows almost that even people that are good natured and good hearted, that they're not even feeling like running for anything, because they probably feel that they're not gonna get any support, because it seemed like bad is good and good is bad. So I think somebody was talking about how you groom up a candidate, so he'd belong to the group that we groomed.
Yeah, that
That's
was the
yes, yes, sir. That was stuff from Claude Anderson.
yep.
I strongly believe in that. But you got to remember, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're Democrat, you're white first. If you're Republican, you're white first. If you're gay, you're white first. If you're in the military, you're white first. Everything is white first. I think we just need to take a page out of that playbook to try to recollect the things that we lost, and try to get in some solidarity, not in spite of what they're doing, just out of pure survival. So those are the key points I'd like to add on the panel.
All
I,
right. Hold on before we go. I wanna number one, get those damn likes up, folks. Okay. I shouldn't have to be asking that at this point, because if you're here, your black behinds gotta like something. And if you're feeling generous, throw a few coins in the bucket. It's greatly appreciated, because y'all know this worth some money. I want to go to my man Corey Haywood, late as usual up in here. Um, Brother Haywood,
Yes.
now you're a Republican, correct? Won't you
I,
tell us? Won't you tell us why you're Republican, and what, if any, benefits it is for a black man like yourself to be a Republican?
I am neutral. There are values that I appreciate that are largely Republican. There are none Democratic that I can even fathom to appreciate. I think Democrats are some of the most foolish people on earth, but that's neither here nor there. I honestly don't feel like black people have a place in the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, to be honest with you. I feel like we need to create a party of our own, or perhaps we shouldn't support either party, and simply vote for and elect those who we feel are best qualified for the job, regardless of which party they represent. I think groupthink is an issue. It's a problem not only for black people but for all races of people. The fact is, if you are born into a certain racial group, you are expected to vote for a specific party. You're expected to think a certain way, to worship a certain God, and to me, that is absolutely ridiculous. I think that black people, we often compromise our individual values to be accepted by the majority, and that's primarily why we fail to actually get anywhere. It's because we'd rather be accepted than exercise our own individuality and our own independence, politically in particular. And so, what I believe black people should start doing is thinking individually, as opposed to thinking as one of a majority. That's what I believe.
All right. So let me ask you, brothers, this: if, say, we had, like Brother Nagone says, say we had 50% of black folks who voted Democratic and 50% of black folks who voted, with the Republican Party. Do you think there would be a real difference as far as black people are concerned, far as policies go and all of that? I mean, the judicial system, the criminal justice system, the economy, housing, all that kind of stuff, all those things that are important to black people. Do you really think it would be much of a difference than what we have now if we had half of us who were Democrats, half of us who were Republicans? Do you
Can
think
we
there
just
would
get
be a real difference?
can we just get real for 1 minute? I was diplomatic earlier, but let's just be honest here, okay? I would venture to say that a large share of the black community doesn't know what the hell they're talking about when it comes to politics anyway. They're politically illiterate. Let's just be honest. So we complain about the Democratic Party, we complain about the Republican Party, but you know nothing about the party and you really know nothing about politics. What you do is you regurgitate the information that is fed to you from the media, what you read in newspapers and the magazines, but you have no personal knowledge of politics or of either party. Most black people behave and think like robots. Okay? We do what we're told to do, what we're conditioned to do. So I don't care if you vote for Democrats or Republicans. If you're black, chances are you're being controlled by someone else anyway. Point blank and period. And we need to stop that. Think for ourselves as opposed to regurgitating and recycling information that we receive about the media and what we see on TV. That's what we should be doing.
I,
Anybody
I
else?
I agree. I was saying that before, that we need to start teaching our people how to become political literate. This is told to me by my grandparents and also to me by my superiors who are white. And he wasn't trying to beat around the bush. He was saying, like, Joe, I feel like black people don't know what politics are. And like I said, I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean, sir? He was like, why do y'all vote the way y'all vote? Y'all fight each other, but y'all don't fight towards a goal. Now, what that means to me is that, one, you're not looking for something in your best interest. It's like you're told something and you just run with it, but you don't challenge it. And that has been a very, like, this is why I tell black people I am so much against collective thinking, because that has greatly destroyed us. And we keep on doing it. Yeah, when I watch those black people at Aretha Franklin's church, and if y'all really study that picture, that was majority of the men who fucked up the black community. And I was like, what? And they all at a church?
Yeah, that was a circus.
That was. And I was like, that's amazing. And I was like, this is how I know we lost in the desert. This is how I know, like, y'all, we really need to take a few steps back. Start regathering our resources. Like, understand this. Listen, now we got a whole group of caravan of people. When the Latinos talk to their children, they are breeding them to vote, to learn the rules of the game. So that way, when they vote for Republican. Why? Because they're not trying to be under the system that they got away from. They'll take the food stamps, but their ass votes Republican. I'm telling you. I got a friend that doggone works the polls. They vote Republican every goddamn time. Why? Because guess what? They want their people to be separated. That's the one thing about it. You don't want to be part of the system. You want the system to work for you. But if you want that, that means you have to put in. If you want to be in a nice neighborhood, you have to contribute. But if you want to fall victim, go ahead.
In the
Let me
last,
tell you something.
I was going to say this. In the last general election, the Latinos voted more for the Democratic Party than the Republican, though you did have certainly a higher rising number of Latinos who did vote Republican. You definitely have a higher rising number of them, but they tend to vote their interests. They tend to vote around the interests of immigration. You know, they're coming into the country.
I was watching them vote for Trump because they wanted jobs, just like black people. They wanted jobs.
I think they voted for the Democratic Party. I think at somewhere around 61%.
Well, of course they do. Of course they vote for Democrats. Absolutely, it's because Democrats, what they do is this. They offer minorities, they offer us free housing, they offer us free food, they offer us... Exactly, right? And so with this government assistance, it's almost like dangling bait in front of us, and we take it every single time because we're not smart enough, obviously, to do and think for ourselves. The brother mentioned that he has a friend who works the polls. I have friends who work the polls too, but they strippers. And let me tell you something. They vote too and don't know what the heck they're voting for or why they're voting. They vote because they're told to vote, and they vote for people they're told to vote for. People in general, the people who I know.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying the people who I know.
I'm sorry. Every time I pause, I come in.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I was going on Nagone's point with the Latinos voting for, or somebody was talking about Latinos voting for Trump. I think the point that we have to look at is that they were mostly Latino women voting for this dude.
Yep.
Latino women.
I try to tell y'all, those Latino women, they were trying to get Trump in, man. I watched them.
And, you know, all them feminist chicks or whatever that came out and protest, you know, you know, part of it, was it 60-something% he had white women voted for him?
Yep. White women.
I believe some of those were out there protesting after they voted for him. So at the end of the day, you know, they're going to come out. Go ahead.
The numbers were 52%. They voted for Trump 52%.
They don't know what they're
white women or
protesting.
Latinas?
Y'all better stop following that damn media shit. That be having us.
They don't know what they're protesting. Ask them.
White women.
Ask them why they're protesting. Ask black people in general.
So the majority of white women voted for Trump. The majority of white women voted for Trump.
They like getting grabbed by the pussy, Nagone. They don't give a fuck about
it. Wait, hold on.
What you don't understand is they like getting grabbed by the pussy. Especially
Yeah, exactly.
No, when you say that, hold on. Because here's the thing, right? You have a lot of black people who claim that Trump is the worst president the United States have ever had. And I've gone to black people and I've asked them, hey, black man, black woman, why don't you like Donald Trump? Give me a list of reasons why you don't like Donald Trump. I have yet to get a valid reason from a black person as to why he or she doesn't like Trump. What they will do is use that grab him by the pee, that remark that he made 10 years ago, or they'll refer to something else, or he's racist, but they don't have a specific reason as to why he's racist. It's only because, once again, they have been told by the media, they've been told by their leaders of the Democratic Party that Donald Trump is racist, and yet they have no concrete evidence. They have no ocular proof to substantiate this claim. And this is what I'm talking about. This is another example of collective thinking, as the brother mentioned earlier. When people are told by the media how to feel and what to think, and it influences their actions and the way they treat other people. I have traveled with Republicans. I've traveled with black men who wear Make America Great Again hats and t-shirts, and they are harassed on the streets by other black people simply because Donald Trump is viewed as an enemy by the majority of the black community, and they don't even know why.
I'm just saying, in my gym, right, we got some real soldiers in there. Go hard, boy. My gym, we work out pretty heavy up in there. Mm-hmm. You coming in with a MAGA hat on as a brother, you're gonna be spitting teeth. That's how it is.
You see what I'm saying?
Niggas gonna knock you the fuck out.
Do you think that's right? Do you agree with that?
Do I think it's right? It's a ridiculous notion. But at the end of the day, this is how people feel because of the racially charged. See, what I don't like about President Trump is he's played heavily into the polarization game. Now I'm a New Yorker. I know who this guy is. All right. Trump is not a racist or anything else. Trump is a Trumpist. If you understand what this motherfucker, he's a Trumpist. I remember back in the 90s when I was hanging out, Andre Harrell and all them, man, Puff Daddy and fucking Biggie Smalls and all them. He was hanging with that crew, hanging nose candy and up, snorting and hanging out with these dudes, hanging out with Michael Jackson and all them. He was hanging out with the brothers. Why? Because the brothers were trendy New York game going on. He had to be in the middle of it. He was there. Because it was where the cachet was. This guy's going wherever the cachet is. That's where he's going.
So,
right?
so are you saying that he's an opportunist?
The opportunist supreme.
Okay.
And he has, and remember this. He has no conscience. So what I mean by that is, since he has no conscience, he doesn't work. Anything goes for this man.
All right,
anything goes for
let
him.
me ask you
So
this.
that's why he's been good in politics.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this point. We know that Fred Trump, his father, had his involvement with the Klan. We also know that Trump was the same man in New York who tried to condemn the Central Park Five, trying to condemn those black men. Let me finish.
And he was a Democrat then as well.
I don't care what he is. Look. I'm gonna just let it be known on this table right now. I don't give a damn about Democrats or Republicans. They both play the same game. One fucks you with Vaseline, one fucks you without Vaseline. But in the end, you get fucked. Unless you own a politician, you're gonna get fucked.
Correct. That's all I've been saying from the start.
Black folks have
let's
never
go back to this. Hold on. The same black men you mentioned at your jail.
Wait.
Hold on, Corey. Hold on, brother Haywood. Let InfoMan finish. Let InfoMan finish.
My point is that because we don't own politicians, we end up getting fucked regardless.
Right.
I bring up the Central Park Five because he's never apologized for what he did in condemning those black men.
Never did.
Also,
never did.
I'm not talking about. Hey, don't try to change the narrative. I ain't talking about black women.
We're not changing the narrative.
I'm not talking about.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Let InfoMan finish. Hold on, brother Haywood. God damn it, man.
I'm gonna make my point, and I'm gonna be quiet.
Hold on, let InfoMan finish, please.
Let him finish.
I'm saying this for a reason. That's all I'm doing. I'm not saying that black people have made bad choices politically over the years. I agree with that. I know that politics is about the game of money and who you control, and it's about, like the old saying, in politics there are no permanent friends, there's no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. I understand that. What I'm simply saying is, when you look at Trump, those sort of things that he did in New York, I felt were, was there some racial bias there? Then you cannot get away from the fact, and there is a man who worked for his father who admitted on camera that when his father was discriminating against people, black people, whoever, for his housing, that Donald Trump was reinforcing that for his father. So I'm just saying, those are some racial things. I do have a problem when I hear him say things in campaign speeches like, my African Americans. That's akin to back to the 60s, back in the day when they seen us as possessions. I have a problem with that type of language. If you look at his campaign,
is he any different from any other white man? Any white
millionaire out there? He's not. Which is
makes it sound like he's different.
I never said he's different. That's why I said I don't give a damn about both parties, because both parties have been racist. The Democrat Party was the Dixiecrat Party, where the Dixiecrats jumped from the Democrats to the Republican Party because they thought the Democrat Party was becoming too liberal. When LB signed the 54 Voting Act, he said we have lost the South forever. So that's what I'm talking about.
Back to my original point. I said that from the jump.
Okay, hold on. Everybody just hold on.
My last point that I was trying to say about Donald Trump is that you cannot get away from the fact that he did use xenophobia, sexism, and racism to polarize this country.
That's what I don't like about him.
Everybody, hold on. I'm gonna start muting, folks.
And to me, the slogan, the slogan, make America.
Hold on for a second, brother InfoMan. This is what we're gonna do. And we're gonna let InfoMan finish his point. God damn it, because InfoMan is my man too. We're gonna let him finish. Then we're going to go to Brother Haywood. Then we're going to Brother Art. Then we'll go to B.M.T. Then to Brother Nagone. That's how we going. InfoMan, Brother Haywood, Art, B.M.T., then Nagone. Go.
There we go.
So I'm gonna get to the point. I'm gonna end so everybody else can speak. I know everyone wants to speak. So what Donald Trump did, in my estimate, is that he did dog whistles. He spoke to the lowest common denominator, the lowest hanging fruit, those white folks in the South who have been voting against their interests, voting for Republicans year after year. It's just like the old saying, all you have to do is make the poorest white man remind him that he is better than the best black man in this country. They use political science against us. That's what Donald Trump did. He went into the racial issues, the polarization. He spoke to this country. He uses slogans, highfalutin slogans like "Make America Great Again." My question to you brothers on this panel tonight: when the hell has America either not ever been great, and when the hell has America not been great for white people when white folks have been on top of the goddamn mountain in this country since they goddamn came over here and killed and pillaged and created the shit and then brought us over here to build the shit off of our backs? When have white people never had a country that's been great for them? That's what's crazy about that slogan. And that slogan, if you look at the dog whistle in it, it really says "Make America White Again." He's not talking about other people. He's talking about white people, because you can hear the subliminal messages and the dog whistles that Donald Trump says. And that, sir, is some of the reason why some black people like myself feel that Donald Trump is treading in racism. You said that black people can't explain it. I just goddamn it explained to you why I think that he treads in racism, that he engages in racism. And just because he can hang out with rappers and entertainers ain't no goddamn big deal. White men have always in power liked to enjoy themselves around black entertainers because they see us as their puppets to entertain them. They did that to us when they had us fighting in Mandingo games. They've always enjoyed black men being entertainers. It's when we seek power. It's when we seek power and control. It's when we become a threat to white men. So Donald Trump hanging out with some damn rappers, big fucking deal. Big damn deal. White men have always enjoyed doing that with black men, as long as we don't go for real power. And being an entertainer ain't no real goddamn power. That's what and then the reason why he was hating on Obama, putting racism towards Obama, because Obama clowned his ass one time when they had a roast, and he said, okay, I'm gonna get this nigga. And then he got himself involved with that birther movement, saying that Obama was not a citizen. And that's how Donald Trump rose to power, because he had all them racist ass people who thought Obama wasn't a citizen and thought he had no right being in that White House. And then Donald Trump rode off of that shit into the White House, and then he also showed his vitriol and hatred towards Obama because Obama clowned his ass. That's the goddamn racism, and that's the goddamn reason why black people feel the way they do about him. That's what it is, and I explained it. So stop setting up here talking about black folks don't know why they don't like his ass. Damn it. I've been known about some Donald Trump even before he became president. I already peeped his goddamn whole card a long time. You're not talking to some young ass nigga on this damn panel. I'm 49 years old. I've been on the earth for a little bit, so I didn't see some goddamn Donald Trump and his bullshit. Now I'm gonna rest on that. I don't give a damn how anybody feels on this panel about what I said. I stand on my goddamn square. Give me a break with some goddamn Donald Trump, or Donald Chump as I call him. Give me a goddamn break.
Let Brother Haywood go. This is Brother Haywood's time. Hold on. Go ahead, Brother Haywood. It's your time.
So now that we have all heard that long-winded soliloquy by this old-ass nigga, let me respond. What? First and foremost, we all know.
That's right. I'm an old ass nigga. Thank you for the compliment, brother.
Old ass nigga.
Your insults won't to turn.
Don't you call yourself an old ass nigga? Okay, so I'm reiterating that you are an old ass nigga.
Just get to the damn point, brother.
You interrupted me. I'm sorry. I just had to reiterate.
No, you didn't have to do that, brother.
Why?
Just go ahead and explain your damn point without attacking folks.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Can we have you on here one night?
What the
I'm
fuck?
sorry. Okay, all right.
Just explain your damn points, brother Haywood,
Okay.
please.
Oh my
We
goodness.
know for a fact that if Donald Trump attempted to ingratiate himself with the African American community, we would not have listened to what he had to say. Minorities in general, from the start, did not trust Donald Trump because he is a privileged, quote unquote, wealthy white male. We don't trust wealthy white males, although strangely, we have this this affinity toward Bill Clinton, who threw hundreds and thousands of niggas in jail when he signed that crime bill. Yet black people love him for some strange ass reason, and yet here we are torpedoing Donald Trump. It's very strange to me, but allow me to continue. Donald Trump is a political mind. He has a political mindset. Although people think he's stupid, they think he's foolish, he actually is not. And he knows that in order for him to retain his power, in order for him, even at the start, to be elected in the first place, he had to target a very specific demographic. And yes, poor white folk, privileged white folk, racist white folk, yes, he targeted those groups because he knew that minorities, people of color, would not give him a shot. And so in order for him to rise to the top, he, as an opportunist, as someone mentioned earlier, was smart enough to target the audiences he knew would support him. And now that he is in a position of power to do what he wants to do, he is doing things like, for example, if you guys didn't fucking know, you guys have ignored this shit, but is he not signing a prison reform bill to release black men from prison, those who have committed non-violent crimes? He is currently in the process of signing a bill to release these niggas from jail. So let's not talk like Donald Trump hasn't done something to at least ingratiate himself with the black community. Every step he takes forward, when he attempts to reach out to black people, what do? We smack his hand away. When he attempts to meet with black organizations, black entertainers, black leaders, public figures, what do? Well, it must be because he's trying to pull the wool over our eyes. It's a publicity stunt. It's not genuine. It's not sincere. No matter what he does, no matter what action he takes, we don't trust him, or we haven't trusted him from the beginning. So why would he play footsie with you niggas? Why would he go to your neighborhoods, to your communities, in an attempt to ingratiate himself with you when it's clear you don't want to have anything to do with this man? Why the fuck would he do anything for you? And yet he is still trying to do something for you. I'm not a Trump observer. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a Trump observer. But to call him racist and then ignore people like Bill Clinton and other white folk who have perpetually done things to keep your black asses down, to enable you, to neutralize you, to make you victims rather than conquerors, for you to ignore those white people and then focus on him, I think it's disingenuous and fucking ridiculous. Period.
All right, brother Art. Go ahead, brother Art.
Yeah, so first of all, you have to, sometimes people look at Donald Trump as the Wicked Witch of the West of the Wizard of Oz, but we're not paying attention to the guy that's behind the curtain at the end of the movie. Whether it's Obama, Trump, whoever, Clinton, they're all being controlled. Most people agree with that. The problem is you don't see who it is, but most people say follow the money, and you pretty much get an idea of what's going on. What I would say is that, one of the popular tactics he used for a while was to create a common enemy. I guess right now, Hitler used the Jews. This time, Trump used the Mexicans. I'm not even gonna say that it's racist or not, but it's working for him. Because you got black folks saying, hold your own nuts. You got white folks, business as usual. I can't stand people that don't look like me. So therefore, you got an increased support. Then you have other people that's joining in as well. The other thing I would say too, I said this to my father because he's I call him the broke black Republican, by the way. Don't judge me. But this is my prediction. Well, one of them. I think that one, they talked about, they keep bringing up this immigration thing as an issue on the ballots or whatever it is, talking points, news, media, whatever it is. But I think definitely it is a distraction because they're one of the reasons I think that he's constantly meeting with Putin, because if you think about how he met his wife, she used to work for Putin. So, and there was an agency that was really booming with, elite white Americans. So that being the case, while we're paying attention to Mexicans, Middle Easterns, whatever, we're not really paying attention to a possibility of an increase of European immigrants coming here and filling up the population to I guess to help this whole what do you call it? How white folks are like declining and things like that. This may be able to help because they're overwhelmed with women over there. So, and a lot of women over here are barren. So that's one thing there that I'm looking at as far as an angle that may be in place that's under our nose that we're not paying attention to. And the last one I would say is that I think what would seal Trump's reelection if he talks about tapping into child support. That would nail his spot for another 4 years. That's my thoughts.
Brother B.M.T. You still there? Or he done went to sleep too. Brother B.M.T., you there?
Who's up?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So, like I said, I've already did so much stuff over this thing. First off, I find it ironic because a lot of y'all were naming off college, but we forget one of the first things Trump did. Mind you, black people did nothing to pay for him to get in. He signed off for HBCUs to get money. He didn't have to do that. Y'all remember when that picture got taken with the lady sitting on the couch? That was all those historical black college leaders getting money. Mind you, Obama took money from the college. Trump gave money to the college. Now, I'm not here to go kiss no white man's ass, but we're going to call it like we see it. Because understand this, when everybody was calling Kanye crazy, guess what? He kept asking NFL players, NBA players, why don't you come to the White House? Let's talk about prison reform. Why do you have a white woman going there talking about prison reform, but not the black men? Why is that happening? But yet y'all call this man the racist, but yet y'all don't go up there and speak for yourself. So when you got the sellout, as y'all called Kanye, getting up there saying, dang, this is my daddy. Well, shit, black men, if we would have stepped up and paid this man, we probably would be getting our people out of incarceration. Understand it. And this is the problem with black people. I tell y'all, nobody owes you shit. If you don't pay, you can't play. We got to drop this damn victim mentality because, honestly, it makes us look weak. I'm not going to do it. That's why I'm saying this is why so many young black men, they're not listening anymore. They're just going off doing their own thing. But they understand now, my color is only going to get me but so far. It's but what I pull, what I actually put my weight in. This is why you seeing black men getting white women. So what are they going to tell? What do you tell poor white trash people? And then you got a black family that has Jordans on that are worth more than the white boy who can barely afford a pair of jeans. What do you tell them? Like it's not like nobody riding around with no damn burning cross and no damn shotguns chasing us down now. You got a better chance of getting dropped by a nigga than a white boy. So we need to start missing this crazy shit. We ain't gonna say there ain't no racism, but let's be for real. Black people, we put that shit out more in our music and in our culture than anything else. I'm sorry, man. We do this shit too damn well. We make our own damn boogeymen. Nobody fucks up the black man better nowadays than the black man. I'm sorry. The white man don't even have to touch us anymore. And we can go on what happened in the past, true. But guess what? We in the present now. I don't know not one out of all the Republicans on this panel, have y'all ever seen a broke black Republican conservative?
My dad. My dad.
Oh well,
I'm also in that category. I'm raising my hand right now as you speak.
I hate to say it too. I love my dad, but man, it's sad.
The thing about it is, you got to be accountable. I'm tired of hearing. Listen, we got the highest abortion rate. Yeah, we all want to sign with Margaret Sanger, and she ain't never liked our black ass.
That's right.
We got the most issues with incarceration. I see more pictures with this Negro taking pictures with everybody else, but with doctors and lawyers. And why we not open up a goddamn medical school yet? You think with 8 years in office, we would have got a medical school by now? All these millionaires and shit, and we ain't got not one damn black hospital yet? That's amazing. The Jews got one. Even the Native Americans got one. Like, y'all can't see, like, this is the biggest, this is the only country I know where a black man can go from rags to riches.
Have you been to Meharry Medical College? Have you been down to Meharry Medical College?
I heard about that. Is that owned by a black person? I heard that's a black person.
It's a black joint, baby. You need to go down there and check it out. Just go online and take a look at them.
Let me know.
We have King Drew Medical as well. We have King Drew.
Okay, I got a couple of butter-laid frat brothers. They
no, I know you would have. I know your black ass would have found that shit. You would have found something that disappeared for 1,000 years on us. But I can't get. But the thing about it is, that's the thing about it, and this is why I talked about HR 1242, and I believe Information Man should already know about that. That is being passed. We're going to get retaught our history, but it won't be by us. It will be by them, because we failed to trade off our history with our own people. And if you don't know your history, they will paint your narrative for you. I do not refute that. I'm trying to tell y'all how the game works. You cannot go to the Native American and tell him his history. No, he will tell his children his history. You cannot go.
But let me just say this, brother. Every time black people try to talk about our history or anything that way, we are often told in some circumstances, not all, stop talking about your history. Move forward. Stop looking at the past. Every other group in this country can talk about their past. Hell, Jewish people always have a slogan saying never forget what happened to them in the Holocaust. Black people, when we say never forget our Holocaust, no, everybody's trying to tell us to be quiet and stop talking about it. Even black folks will say that. Move forward. I understand we got to move forward. I just want to say something for the record too.
Right.
You're correct. Donald Trump has given more money, but however, according to the Department of Education, it was Obama who held the record for giving the most money to HBCs in 2010. And what happened is Donald Trump came into office, and I'm just gonna keep this real with you. Donald Trump has a hard-on for Obama. Everything that he's been doing since he's got into office is to compete and destroy everything that Obama has done. So what he did to become the most money that black colleges have ever seen is that he gave $2 million more than Obama. Up until that, Obama held the record out of all these presidents. And then because Trump wants to say Trump has been competing with Obama, everything that Obama does, he's been trying to destroy, and he keeps talking about Obama. He's got an obsession with Obama. So what did he do? He gave $2 billion more to overpass Obama. So that's why
every president
Donald Trump has given more money than any other president, because he outbidded Obama by every
president tries to outdo their predecessor.
I know that, brother. I know that, but I'm just setting the record straight here.
Okay.
He gave $2 million more dollars, or whatever.
Just to touch on your point here about black people and the Black Holocaust.
So let's not sit up here and act like Donald Trump is some great white.
That's not what we're saying. I'm a Trump observer, not a Trump supporter.
He ain't the first black president.
I get you. Right.
I read the Bill Clinton Chronicles. He allowed drugs to come into Arkansas and all sorts of shit. I don't like any of these goddamn.
And you shouldn't. But let me quickly touch upon what you said about the Black Holocaust. The difference is when Jews say never forget, right? What we see now from the Jewish community, from the Latino community, from the white community, from every other racial group other than ourselves, they have managed to make progress. They have managed to advance. They keep moving forward. They're building their communities. Black people, we use slavery and the Holocaust as a crutch. The Black Holocaust, we use it as a crutch to rationalize our ineptitude socially, politically, and economically. That's why people don't want to hear our shit anymore. It's because rather than attempting to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and find solutions to the problems that have been ailing our community for centuries, rather than trying to advance and progress like other racial groups, we keep looking back and allowing the past to prevent us from being successful now in the present. And that is why people want us to shut the fuck up, and so do I.
Let me just say this. You got a brother in the chat room saying,
hold on. I want to get Nagone in here. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me get Nagone.
You got a brother in the chat room saying, "Oh, Info's got a he's got a victim mentality." Nigga, I ain't got no victim mentality, nigga. I'm college educated, got 2 goddamn degrees, work with brothers in the community, work with brothers in the prison system, helping brothers out. I stand on my goddamn square. Just because a black man explains things that happen to us, don't make you a goddamn victim. That's that same shit that women say.
Hold on. I want to get Nagone in here.
I'm just saying, anybody in the chat room or anybody who's saying I'm playing the victim role, just because I'm explaining something that do happen to us, that don't mean I'm playing the victim role. Because if I was playing the victim role, I wouldn't be out here every goddamn day busting my ass in this goddamn society, still standing up on my square. So the brother who said they can kiss my goddamn ass.
Information man, you should ask them to explain what his victim role means.
I'll tell you what the victim role is right now.
Hold on, brother Haywood. Brother Haywood, we're gonna come to you next. Hold on, let Nagone get in. Go ahead.
Let me get in there. Okay, first, what I want to say about Trump, as far as him being around black entertainers and everything else like that, it's the cachet. People want to be around him. They want to be seen. It's a part of getting your coinage up. It's a part of getting your visual profile up. And that's where you're at, and that's why that game is being played the way it is. And it's a game that everybody plays. So Trump played that as well. What I have against Trump is his divisive tactics. I think he's been classless and divisive. Okay, he's been small-minded as far as being angry and upset at Obama and making a whole lot of hay out of a whole lot of bullshit because he's a petty kind of guy like that. That's just kind of how he is. He's dealt with everybody like that, even other white people like that. But that's just kind of how this guy is. It's a part of it. That's a quirk of his fucking personality. All right. As far as him being racist, I don't think he's any more racist than any other white billionaire white boy out here running around. I think they're all pretty much somebody. I just think this guy he's got a little less conscience. He doesn't mind sitting there and being just bold about saying, fuck it, I don't care. I'm going to go with these white racists. I'm going to go with them because at the end of the day, they're going to help. That's a base that I can count on. I know that these guys feel disaffected. Let me utilize them. And therefore that'll carry me into the White House. And I'll ride this baby as long as I can. That's what that's what he did. Oh, let me finish up. You guys been.
I know, but I'm just going to ask you, Nagone, do you feel like now, since Trump came in, people are becoming more racist since Trump came in?
I definitely think people have definitely gotten more racist.
Bold with it.
They've gotten a little bit more bold. I even saw one dude in the gym. I mean, now I'm a big dude. I'm the biggest nigga in this room. I'm the strongest motherfucker up in here. Ain't nobody got the strength. I'm rolling with it. They no doubt. All right, 6'1", 265, all muscle. I'm a hell of a man. Now I saw this fucking one white boy walk up to me and look at me and say, "Wow, big black guys. My mama told me to stay away from big black guys." He felt confident saying this to me in the gym. I was like, "This white boy needs to be spitting teeth." I said, "He needs to be spitting teeth," but I said, "I don't want to go to jail." Literally pulverizing this dude's skull, so I came back on him. He got upset and angry on my retort. Then he went at him like, "Well, I said what I said. What you getting ready to do?" He didn't do nothing, of course. But at the end of the day, he felt almost confident to do that. My own nephew was walking down the streets, coming up on I think 42nd. He was taking a 6 train. He was coming up, going to his job, and some white boy was walking down the stairs and told him, "Get out the way, nigga." Said that shit to him, man, to my nephew. Now my nephew, he don't play. And he rolled him on down the stairs like a fucking like a Polish kielbasa sausage or something. Just rolled his ass on down that motherfucker. And then the guy got up, was like, why you hit me, man? Why you throw me on the stairs? He started talking all loud and shit. But some of these dudes have started to feel like they're getting a little bit obstreperous. So I've definitely seen where these guys feel like they're getting a little bit more confident. That's why I'm staying, because I realize that some of these cats may want to try you. Well, you want to try me? Go ahead, try me. All right, I'm throwing 500 on the bench. Come fuck with me. Come get some. All right, niggas ain't coming for me, but they have looked. So yeah, so definitely so, because these white dudes are angry. They're upset. What are they upset about? They have lost ground as far as they're concerned. They're 200 years of affirmative action, white affirmative action they have gotten is now gone. Now they have to compete. They're upset about that. My man over here talking about pull yourself up by bootstraps. That's never happened with these people pull themselves up by their bootstraps. That bootstrap is some bullshit. Okay. Samuel Gompers is one of the biggest fucking racists out here. If that was your bootstraps, man. If you ever knew and understood his history, but anyway, at the end of the day, whites have always consistently had an overlay. That's just how it is with them.
That's perfectly fine. We're the only ones talking this way. You don't hear Latinos talking this way. You don't hear Jewish people talking this way.
Don't cut me off, brother, because I'll let you talk.
Oh, I'm sorry, because you're 265 pounds and 6'1", right?
And you bench 500. Brother Haywood, next, Brother Haywood. Hold on, let him finish his point.
Anybody give a fuck about that?
Well, you would if you look at me face to face.
Nigga, please, get the fuck out of here.
You wouldn't be talking. Let
him finish.
Nigga probably can do one pull-up.
Man,
Brother Haywood.
You'd be quiet as a fucking church mouse.
Nigga, you can't do one pull-up.
The one pull-up. Go to my channel. Take a look. Go to my channel.
Brother Haywood, you're next, man. Let him finish his point.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
You are next. Let Nagone finish his point.
Go to my channel. Go to my channel.
You wouldn't want any part of Brother Nagone. He is a rocked brother.
No.
I'll tell you that for sure.
No. Chairs up in this
Go to my channel.
I don't think you know what you're saying to me.
I don't think I know what you're saying to you.
I don't think you know who you're talking to, but it's fine. Go ahead.
All right. We're getting the conversation went left. We was talking politics.
That's what we're talking about. No, what I'm saying to you is don't assume. Don't make assumptions.
No. Oh, I'm assuming a lot because I know niggas.
Don't make assumptions.
Oh, I'm assuming I ain't wrong. But anyway,
no, you probably are wrong. But go ahead.
I don't think so. All right.
You are wrong.
Brother Haywood,
moving right along.
Anyway, Brother Haywood, please.
Anyway, moving right along. All right. As far as this Trump motherfucker is concerned, he has been highly divisive. Been a divisive guy, and that's why I think he's caused a lot of issues in this country. But let's be very frank about it. All right. The economy's good. All right. As far as the overall economy, it's been on some level of a recovery. Obama's definitely helped to do that, and this guy's been in here and it's been going. And it's continuing to do well, even in the face of some of the shit he's done wrong as well. Even some with his tariffs and some of this other stuff that he's gotten involved in, been a little bit of a problem. But at the end of the day, this guy is definitely going to get reelected. I definitely think so. Unfortunately, as far as for how people see it, he's going to get reelected because things are going okay on his watch at this stage. All right. Do I think this guy is a super horrible racist? I'm not. He's got racism in his background. He's got a lot of racist people on the Republican and Democratic side. So I think the whole racist thing, just calling him a tremendous, that's stuck to him. But I don't see him any more racist than any other fucking rich white dude out here running around. That's really how I see it. And what he's done, as far as giving money to black and all that kind of stuff. He's definitely done that. He's got a hard on for Obama. Embarrassed him at the correspondence dinner. He hated that. He was embarrassed, and he's been going on him ever since. So at the end of the day, this guy in office for another term, of which I don't know how well we're going. Which is a now Democratic. You're going to have some brakes put on this guy at least, and we'll have to deal with it from there. But I think it's going to be tough to unseat him. 2020. That's ultimately what I think is getting ready to go down. So, anyway, that's all I got to say about our man Trump and whether he will get back in office or not.
Well, Prophet, can I ask a strategic question real quick for the whole panel?
Well, let
Hey,
me
just
let me-
remember to announce your height, weight, and your bench press first
Oh,
before you
brother
go.
Haywood,
man,
please.
I'm just
Brother
saying.
Haywood, brother Haywood, please, man.
I've been telling you
Let
that
me. Can I say
just-
something?
because every now and again I like
Brother Haywood, please.
I like
What? I'm sorry.
every now and again
Every
I like
man
fuck
on the panel, you should announce that. Announce your height, weight, and how much you bench press.
every
Brother
Please.
Haywood,
now and
we
again
passed
I
that,
like
man.
Okay, I'm
fucking
sorry.
with
I'm
it.
sorry.
Hold on a second.
I thought
Every
we were
now-
talking politics. We're
hold on a
talking
second.
politics.
Every now and again. fucking
What
with a
does
straight-
everybody bench press?
with a straight
Yeah,
sucker.
right.
I want you, Balboa. I
Can
want you, Balboa.
Can I say something? Can I just say something? First of all, I hate when the conversations degrade on other panels, and I definitely hate it when it degrades on mine. But
yeah, for sure,
I can say this about Donald Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter, okay? I believe the man is an imbecile, and I believe he's a fool. Now, I don't think he's stupid, because you don't get as much, you don't gain as much money and power being a stupid person. But I do think he's a foolish person. And one of my biggest problems with Donald Trump is that Donald Trump has, like everybody says, kind of played on the racist shit. Now, can I say he's just straight up a racist? No, but I can say he has racist tendencies, okay? He has racist tendencies, and people who are confirmed racist feel comfortable in spaces with him, okay? And one of my other problems, one of my other deals with Donald Trump is that Donald Trump makes sure that he says things to inflame people. He makes it his business to do things that inflame people, and he has no problem dividing. And when you are a president of the United States, you should be trying to unite. And not only that, the crux of that argument that I just made is that one thing I know for sure about Donald Trump is that Donald Trump, y'all, he is fucking America. He is what America is about. That's why he's in office. He's what America is about. He's rich, he's white, and don't give a fuck about anybody who isn't rich or white. So Donald Trump is America, whether we want to accept it, believe in it, reject it, deny it. That man is America. Brother Haywood.
Okay.
Brother
I will
Haywood.
respond.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
let me start by saying I'm 6'1". I like long walks in the park.
Oh,
and I'm a
God.
Gemini.
Brother Haywood, could you just go ahead?
Okay, and also.
Go ahead, man.
That's cool. Man, come on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hey, listen. Come on. Got together some time, but I would like to do that.
Sure. Now, Donald Trump.
We'll see.
Okay, so just to respond to you, man. Donald Trump cares about other rich people. No matter if you're white, black, green, or otherwise, he is about rich people. He is about the wealthy. He's an elitist. We're confusing racial discrimination with economic discrimination. He serves the best interest of the wealthy. I don't give a fuck if you're black, Hispanic, Jewish, white, Latino, whoever, it doesn't matter. If you are wealthy, then he serves your best interest. Dave Chappelle said it best.
Even when he saw those, knew that.
Exactly. Even Dave Chappelle, he went to vote and he saw a bunch of poor white folk talking about how much Donald Trump was behind him and how much Donald Trump would do for him. And Dave Chappelle said, motherfucker, he ain't doing nothing for you. He's doing shit for people like me because I'm rich. So everything that Donald Trump does from here on out is going to benefit the wealthy. Okay? That's what we need to first understand. This ain't about race. This is about class. It's about money. It's about wealth. We're confusing the two. Also, when you mentioned victimhood earlier, I'm going to explain what that is. Okay, first of all, let's get this perfectly clear. Black people, we are the largest consumers in America. We spend more than $1 trillion on a bunch of shit we don't need. And it's like we ain't got the money. We got plenty money. The problem is we don't invest money in things that will make us money. The problem is we spend money on shit we don't need because we would rather look good than actually build a foundation for ourselves and our families so that the community will actually advance and progress. We would rather look the part than actually be the part. So when I mention victimhood, it's black people pointing to slavery, also pointing their fingers at white folk and blaming them for the accomplishments, blaming them for the struggles and the challenges that they face on a daily basis, which are often self-imposed and self-inflicted. Nigga, and when I say nigga, I'm being black people in general. Stop complaining and start working. Get your black lazy ass off the couch and get a job. Go to school. Do something to build or help build your community. Black men, stop impregnating multiple women and then leaving them high and dry. Black women, stop choosing ain't shit niggas to have babies with. Black people, recycle your own dollar. Patronize your own businesses. Build your own businesses. Stop working for the white man so that you don't always have your hand out, wait for him to put some in it. Do something for your fucking self instead of blaming him for your shortcomings and your inadequacies. That's the kind of shit that people like me don't like because this is 2018. This ain't slavery. Okay, we're way past that shit. Black people have the ability to dictate their own financial futures, to make their own destinies, and we see it every day because there are more rich black folk than ever before, there are more middle-class black folk than ever before, and of course, there's still as many niggas poor and broke, still complaining about what they ain't gotten, what the white man ain't giving them. And it's pissing me the fuck off. And that's what victimhood is. We need to get over that shit. Period.
Like
and if you blame Donald Trump, you keep on blaming Donald Trump. You say, oh, Donald Trump is a racist. Well, let me explain something to you. Racism is not just a white thing. Racism is a human thing. You think black people ain't racist? You think Latinos ain't racist? We're looking at it from a very narrow prism as if white people are the only ones who can perpetrate racism. When I've seen some of the most egregious example of racism for black people that I could ever witness in life. So let's not just point the finger at white folk and Donald Trump. Let's also look at ourselves introspectively so that we can understand that racism is a cancer that we all need to work together to eliminate, not just putting it on white folk because black people indulge in that bullshit too. I'm done.
Well, racism really, black man can't really be too racist because you don't have the political or real economic
No. Wait. Racism. The very definition of racism is discrimination based on the person's skin color. That's what racism is.
More than that, brother.
No. Look up the definition. Look it up at its core. The basic definition of racism is discrimination based on color, religion. Black
people can be prejudiced, but as far as being very racist, you know, you have to be in a certain
class. Look up the word racism.
Look it up. We've gone over this quite a bit.
This discussion.
All right.
Hold on.
I have a definition.
Hold on. I want to get off to you, brother. Hold on.
There's one thing I want to say.
Hold on. I want to get Brother Art in here. Hold on. Let me get Brother Art in here, and then InfoMan.
I just want to say one thing very quickly. All right. I do agree with a lot of what this brother said. A lot of the other stuff he said was some bullshit. But as far as us circulating that money in the community, all right, and kind of working more together as a collective group, as a political economic power, we definitely have to do that. All right. As far as excuses, I don't believe that black men are making a lot of excuses because, quite frankly, we have a lot of black men in college. We have a lot of black people actually working right now in this economy. All right, the black men are working at fairly high levels. As far as that whole myth of us laying on our ass and just wanting to be laying around, that's really not true. That's those are platitudes. All right, but the real truth of what we really look like and what we're really doing is quite a bit different than what's being said. But I do believe that we definitely have our issues. We definitely have to work stronger at tightening up our community. But as far as us being layabouts and layarounds, that is absolutely not true. And we've just found out from the AIA report that actually 2.5 million black men are in the upper echelon of American society. 2.5 million.
That conflicts then with the original argument then. Because if black people are victims, quote unquote, if we're being held down by the white man, you just said that black men are part of an upper epsilon. Didn't you just say that?
But who said that I'm saying that we're all being held down by the white man?
InfoMan, the InfoMan, the Muslim, he said it.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
You say my name in vain, dude. I didn't make that statement.
That's exactly what you said.
Hold on.
I laid out a case for it. I didn't say anything about black people people being man.
Brother
you better watch
InfoMan.
what you're saying, man. Say
Brother
your
InfoMan.
right or don't say nothing to me.
Brother Haywood.
That's
Don't put
exactly
my
what you
name in
said.
your mouth.
Brother
You ain't saying me,
InfoMan.
quoting me properly.
I think I did quote you properly.
You
What
didn't
you
quote
talking
me
about?
properly.
Hold
nigga.
on.
You don't know who you talking to. You better watch
Nigga,
yourself.
who are you?
You better
Who
watch
is this
yourself.
nigga? This
You
nigga
watch
Nino
yourself.
Brown or
I did
something?
not say
calm
that.
down.
You
He has
misquoted
anger
me.
management
Don't you
issues.
misquote me
We
on
need
this
to pray for
program
this
tonight.
man.
You better
We
watch
need to
yourself
pray
when
for
you
this
wreck
man.
yourself.
Hey,
I
nigga,
didn't
get
say
a
nothing
Snickers
like
or
that. I was
something.
talking about Donald Trump.
Get a
Hold
Snickers or
on.
something.
Everybody
You get angry
just
when you're
hold
hungry.
That's
on.
right, I
Can I
get
get
angry. I'm at
Brother
home
Art
relaxing,
in
yelling
here?
at your foolish butt.
Then
Don't
eat
you
a Snickers or
misquote
something.
me.
Hey,
You
man,
quote me
Wow.
properly
you
or
need a
get your
hug,
ass out of
Info
here.
Man. Info Man, you need a hug, brother.
Hold
That's right.
You
on.
need a
I need
hug.
a hug
Everybody
from my
just hold
woman.
You
on.
need a
My
hug.
woman
Brother
hug
Info
me
Man.
Hey,
tomorrow
you need a
night
hug and a
with me on
clue.
Friday night. That's right.
You need a hug and a
Well,
clue,
yeah, my
brother. That's
woman will
what
be
you
hugging
need.
me.
Brother Info Man.
Yeah.
Brother
He
Haywood.
misquoted
Brother
me, Brother
Haywood.
Prophet.
I didn't
And I don't
misquote
appreciate
you.
I'm
being
gonna
I
let you
didn't
go
misquote
next.
you.
misquoted.
I promise. I'm
Nah,
gonna let you
man,
go
that,
next.
that's my
I'm gonna
brother
let you
Info.
go
That's my
next.
brother
Yeah,
Info,
Info
man.
Man is
Fuck
my
that.
man too, but I want to let Art get in because Brother Art hasn't
my brother.
spoken in a while. Info Man can go after Brother Art. I want to let my man Brother Art go, and then Brother Info Man, you can go ahead and retort. Can I get Brother
Yeah,
Art
brother
in here,
Info
please?
Man. Yeah. Okay,
Oh
go ahead.
Lord, Brother Haywood, please. Brother Art, go ahead.
Okay. So, Brother Hayward, I'm going to say some things that's going to be in conflict with what you're saying, so I hope you don't take it personal. And on top of that, I'm going to say some things that support what you're saying.
I
Okay, so I'm just
appreciate
going to
that.
say that. Okay, because we gotta exchange evenly because we brothers, we men. I love all the brothers and the sisters, so we just got to keep it on that level.
Well, I ain't screaming like Aretha Franklin. The other guy is, not me. But go
Well,
ahead.
Brother
he's our
Haywood,
brother.
please.
He's our brother.
Yes,
You
he
know,
is. Damn it, Brother
if
Haywood.
it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been with Prophet of Thought. I wouldn't have been on the same panel with Nagone and a lot of people. So, I mean, big shout out to Information Man. So, but there's a book called Compensatory Code that breaks down the 9 areas of activity of racism. And it definitely breaks down that racism is a group sport. It's not just broken down just because somebody took your parking space. So it's a huge conglomerate of a system that I don't mean I'm not going to go over it like for a long time, but that's a good book. And the other part too is that I am an educator, almost 24 years, and you're dead on with the whole thing about victim mentality as far as slavery and all that. But here's the thing: do you know the majority of what is the majority demographic of social science and history teachers in our school system?
White.
White males. So as far if you're going to say that we're doing slave narratives, who's teaching that?
White
Matter of fact,
liberals.
who's deciding it? Oh, white conservatives too, brother. I'm behind the scenes as well on the panels and all that kind of stuff. They're doing all that too. Matter of fact, they did that early. Now they're trying to change it to where slaves came in by decision. They came by looking for jobs, and then they caught that. The company was called McDougal, and that was in Texas. So they're trying to change that, so that you take away the guilt and take away the crime. So that kind of stuff right there, I mean, hopefully that will back you up. If there was some kind of history, it would be the history of our victorious times, the history of the stuff that showed that we were very prominent in certain times. But for the most part, the kind of history that we're getting in schools is about somebody getting killed, somebody not making it, or they only making it so far. And like you said, the slavery, which, maybe brings out the victim mentality in some people, right? But I have a strategy question for you guys. We're talking strategy a little bit. I heard that, if you're able to come up with some kind of funding to try to get your politician in your pocket, most likely he would be able to do all the things that you want him to do and fight for your cause. The question is it set up to where you have to outbid another group, or will they just take your money and fight for your cause anyway? I'm asking the panel.
Well, to me, I would say, you know, he's going to take your money and do what he's got to do, because basically, if he's going to be your person, he's probably going to be in an area where you are, all right, where you are going to be in the majority of the population, or where you're going to have at least a very strong presence. So you want to make sure that you control that politician, and not only he's there just because he's just giving you his vote, but now he understands that these guys have bought and paid for my shit. So now at the end of the day, I got to deliver. I'm gone, or I'm fucking gone. And when these people say, listen, we put you in there, you better do what you got to do, because if you don't, you're out. And that garners respect. Our votes have been taken for granted so many times because we just have just given it to them. They've been in the area and they've, boom, you know, there's no real accountability. There's no real accountability, you know, and these guys just, you know, they just come in there and just, you know, do their thing. Nobody's holding their feet to the fire. So when you own people and you put money behind them, it's very easy to put their feet to the fire and make demands. And that's the position that we have to put ourselves in. We did that before, and it's time to really just start practicing that again, you know, on a regular and consistent basis. And that's kind of what I think some black people are starting to think. I'm hearing a lot more of that now than what I used to hear in the past, as far as the votes being taken for granted, more black people starting to vote a little bit more for Republicans, even with the far right wing hijacking the Republican and taking it to a different level. The average Republican voter is not a far right wing white nationalist. That's just not what the Republican Party really is. But you know, that small fringe group that's far to the right, you know, has shifted that way, and we're starting to see it move more back towards the center, especially when we start looking at states like Florida, states like Georgia and Texas in fucking play, Mississippi in play. The old Confederacy in play. It's a problem for the Republican Party. If you take a look at it from a standpoint, if you were a Republican strategist and looking at the numbers, different game. So I think it's all about controlling your political, having political economic control of your candidates, putting them up. You have to start raising money and putting people in there that we've put in, not only just through vote, but through cash dollars. Because now,
that's what I was asking. I was asking as far as the money.
Cash money is our investments. Those are investments now. Those are not donations. Those are investments. So now you're putting up a certain amount of cash to get something in return. That's why it's in the white community who does this all the time. Election day, okay, when they win, those are paydays for a lot of people. Those are the paydays. They know they're going to get a return on the money that they've invested out. They know they're going to get something back for it. And that's just the game we have to play. And we've got to be much more sophisticated than we have been. You know, the Voting Rights Act and all that.
Game. We know this.
You know,
this is how politicians win, right?
It's not so much a mind game because you put money in there.
No. I said it's a money game, not a mind game.
Okay, a money game. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Whoever has the bigger war chest, whoever has the most money wins. It's that simple, right? The politics.
So so what you're saying is a bidding contest?
Yeah, it always will be.
I don't even think it's so much a bidding, because if you're in your community and you have a large number of people who can really put together a vote, okay, and you have your candidate and you put your money behind him, it's going to be hard for him to be really outbid by anybody else. It's going to be hard because you're going to be in the majority people there. So it's going to be hard to be outbid. You're going to have the numbers and you're going to have the money in there. He's going to have to deliver, okay? And that's not that hard to do. We've done this before. It's not like we haven't done it. We've done this before, but we haven't done it enough. And these last series of elections over the last 20 years, we haven't asked for shit. We haven't asked for anything. You know, we just expect to get certain kind of things. And it's not going to happen that way. So now we have to be more sophisticated. We have to sit down and make very stringent demands.
So we're not going to do that.
So whoever gets put up there, I think we are.
No, we're not. Because we never have. That's what I'm saying. We don't care enough.
We
don't care enough.
When we went for the Voting Rights Act, I don't know how old you are. How old are you, young man? How old are you, if I might ask?
I'm 30.
30, you're a young kid.
30?
I figured. I figured he was a kid.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here comes the wannabe Muslim. 30 years old.
Can I speak now?
You're a kid.
Yes. Hold on. Let me get InfoMan in here. I already said he was.
But what I was going to say is, You know, we had voting rights. When the Voting Rights Act came up, brothers came out very heavily. We wanted to get that. You know, I had to give credit to Brother Jesse Jackson and all those guys. They were out there on the front lines of that then. They demanded that this is what we wanted. We sat down there, we did that, and we got it. Okay? We got things that we wanted to get, and we had power of the vote to do this.
But you said sit down and strategically plan.
So we did.
Those people were convinced to move in that direction by Jesse Jackson and others.
No.
They didn't sit down and think for themselves.
No.
All right,
what are you talking about?
No. You're talking. No. Hold on.
People were being hung. People were being shot. People were going up where they had to deal with. Where they had to deal with all these different kind of
I understand you. What I'm saying to you is that
so they moved all that out of the way. That wasn't a Jesse Jackson thing. This was going on long before.
I know that you mentioned Jesse Jackson, and I said people like him. I didn't say him specifically.
I mentioned him as one of the guys who was involved in that. But you had many other charismatic leaders and charismatic
and that's my point.
Who were deep behind that. So your view saying, oh, we never done it before, you're wrong.
No,
you need to study history.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Hulk Hogan. Let me finish. Let me respond.
Wait.
Let me respond. I didn't attack anybody.
Brother Haywood. Hold on. Everybody just hold on. Everybody just hold on. Can I get Brother InfoMan?
Fucking young boy over here talking out the side of his head.
Brother Info.
My fucking daughter's age.
This is the thing.
Got some young faggot talking shit, man. Get the fuck out of here.
This is the problem.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to be as respectful as I can. I know I've been yelling. I'm a little irritated tonight. That's why I've been a little off the hook. So I apologize to Prophet of the Series, brother. I know you like stuff to be smooth, and we're a little raggedy tonight. But this is the problem.
Well, I do have Corey Haywood on here tonight.
Yeah, we got Corey Haywood. This is the thing. This is the problem. Yeah, Corey is 30 years old.
Some fucking millennial.
He doesn't have a complete sense or what do you call that? A sense of history in terms of experience. And all I'm going to say to him, because he threw a pop shot at me the way he did my brother Nagone by saying Hulk Hogan, and then he keeps calling me a so-called Muslim. I never identified myself as a Muslim. Then he tried to throw a pop shot at me tonight and say that I was talking about black folks are being held down by a white man. I never said that. He asked the question every time he talks to black people, they can never give a proper reason for why they see Donald Trump as a racist. And I laid out myself personally why I believe that he has these racist tendencies. I laid it out very clearly, and I never got into the victimization. Then I'm being called a man who's promoting victimization, which that's not what I was saying. I haven't even gotten to, I said that the police have been used as slave patrols to our community. That's the truth. So to sit up here and paint me as I'm saying the white man is on us, he's reinforcing what I just said earlier, Brother Prophet. Every time a black person or black man speaks about our history, whether it be the negative part of our history, you'll always have somebody, some Negro, as Malcolm X says, that will try to come in and change what has just been said. Now he's sitting up here talking about that racism, that everybody's racist. Says here, prejudice and discrimination is an antagonist against someone of a different race based on beliefs that person of that race, that you are superior to that race. So if you think that you're superior to another race and you're in a position of power, then you will do everything you can to oppress those that you see that are subordinate to you if you think you're better than them. When it comes to racism, sometimes we get it twisted. There's a thing called prejudice, and then there's a thing called racism. Prejudice is if I say, hey, I don't like Corey or I don't like Nagone or someone because he's got red shoes on. I don't like people who have red shoes. So I don't like that person. Racism is a whole different other ball because racism is based in the power to execute the prejudice that you don't like. So for example, if a white person that happens to be in power doesn't want me living in their neighborhood as they did to us years and years ago, they can simply do what? They can redline us. They can say, don't sell to black people. Matter of fact, I had this experience when I was married buying a house. God damn it. This is what I mean by when you're young and you haven't lived enough life to have experiences, then you don't always know what you're talking about, because the way you think at 30 is not how you think at 40, and how you think at 40 is not how you're going to think at 50, based on life experiences. So white people, when they've been in power, they execute their racism by saying, I'm going to keep you out of proper education. So what did they do? They redline our communities, or they'll do what? Put us in the poorest schools, make sure our schools don't get the proper funding. So racism is really equals power, the power to be able to execute your will over another person. A black person, we can simply say we don't like white people. We can't stand them. We can call them all kind of racial epithets towards them. But do black men have the power to keep white men out of employment, out of education, out of the military, as they kept us out of the military at one point in time? And when they did put us in the military, they made us cooks. They made us do ancillary work, you know, janitory type work. So black people do not have a historical history of putting white people in a subordinate position and then also executing power over them. You might have had the Black Panther Party, but you've never had a group, a black organization that went around lynching black men, hanging us like fruit on trees, and going into our house at night and terrorizing us. We've never had that. So when you say, young man, that black people can be racist, yeah, we have black people that are prejudiced and nasty towards each other based on, well, he's light-skinned, he's dark-skinned. True that. But we don't have the power to execute that prejudice and racism through institutions. White people have that power because they have what? They have economic power. They control structures. So
education, religion.
So you can see that I'm talking victimization talk. All you want. That's a historical fact. So when you start talking about black people are the same like anyone else when it comes to racism, no, it's not. We have the power to be prejudiced to white people because of what they might have done to us historically, but we can't execute that prejudice into oppressing them and segregating them and hurting them economically and socially and all these other areas. We've never had that power. So what you said is incorrect, and it also speaks to your inexperience as a young man who probably needs to do a little bit more historical reading. And you also need to watch and respect your damn elders and start give us respect as you want me to respect you, brother. But don't start shooting out pop shops and calling me the so-called Muslim when I never defined myself as a Muslim. And then the reason why I got upset is because you misquoted me and said that InfoMan was talking about the white man's got his foot on our neck. And I never was talking in that narrative. The conversation was about Donald Trump and his racism, one white man who happens to be president. I didn't talk in the conclusion of all white people. We weren't even on that topic. You just simply said that to me because you wanted to get under my skin. You wanted to be smart, and you think you're smart. You're 30 years old. You've only been on the earth for a little while. I got fucking underwear older than you. And you sitting up here talking to brothers who have had some experience. And that's the reason why Generation Xers like myself have a problem with millennials like you sometimes, not all the time, when you talk like that, as if you've been living for a while, as if we've never had no goddamn experience. The road that you walking, we've already been down. I've been knowing about politics. Right. I've been knowing about politics longer than you been alive. Okay, so when you get on here talking about all this political stuff, brother, all the stuff that you just said, I've heard all of that shit that you saying. So you're not telling us anything new, because some of us have lived and have gone over the ditches and dug, and we as black men, whether we've been Republican or we've been Democrat, we have laid certain sacrifices for you to have the world that you're in today, to be able to sit up here and say the things that you're saying to us right now. Some of us have laid the track road for you. So I'm just going to say this to you, Corey.
My oldest daughter will be 30 on the 22nd of December, man.
Thank you, brother.
We'll be 30. My oldest daughter, man. Fuck out.
I'm just going to say to Corey, I don't hate Corey. I don't dislike you, brother. If anything, I want to fellowship with you, get to know you better. You know what? We get on these panels, we have a little heated discussion, but the most important thing is that we're going to leave this panel tonight as brothers. And even if we disagree with each other, we're going to still leave as brothers. And I'm not going to have any ill malice towards you, brother Corey. I'm just simply saying, don't misquote me. I never made those statements tonight. We were focusing on Donald Trump. And don't try to disrespect me by saying the so-called Muslim when I never claimed myself to be Muslim. That's not cool. I didn't take personal shots against you, Corey. We stayed on subject matter, and I got a little emotional about the subject matter, yes. But I never went at you personally, Corey, and said, Corey, you ain't nothing but a coon. You know what? You know what I'm saying? The typical things that some black people will call a black person just because they're Republican. I never went there with you tonight. So
no need.
So
no
I'm gonna
need to
shut
go there.
up. I'm gonna shut up. But once again, all due respect to you, Corey. All due respect to you. Thank you.
Good stuff.
Can I ask the panel something, brother Prophet?
Man. Good shit. Good shit.
Go ahead, brother Art.
This has a lot to do with tonight, and I hear this a lot on panels, and I deal with this on my job. And this is kind of serious because I don't know. I was talking to my girls, you know, my female students, and when I talk to my female students, we talking about the, you know, that millennial and post millennial generation. The female students are assertive and they listen. The male students are very mouthy and don't have enough drive. They're more mouthy than action driven. And I want to find out why do you guys think that is? Because it's all over the planet, damn near. What's going on? What do you guys think? And then maybe Corey can clear something up with us, because
I
it's
don't
a
know.
lot.
It's funny. You know, it's funny. I was at another gym story. I was in my gym. This is maybe about 2 months ago. No, 3 months ago. Young kid, a kid, man. 25, 30, somewhere around there. In the gym, we getting live, and he just starts talking shit to me. I'm like, kid, what's up with you, bro? Are you all right? The kid kept talking smack and talking with this other older dude like he was live and all that. Make a long story short, I grabbed him by his collar, threw him up against the wall, and his feet were literally dangling, fucking about 5 inches off the fucking ground. He couldn't. This motherfucker got me up against the wall, and I lost my cool because I was like, my son would never talk to me that way. These other but here's this young kid. I'm damn it twice. He's talking shit to me, so I ended up having to fucking hem him up, and then I felt bad about it. But I'm like, something's up with these kids talking smack. And I didn't do that when I was a young guy. I didn't fuck with the older dudes. I just didn't do it. And I see these dudes. Here I am, fucking Godzilla walking around. This kid's talking shit to me, and I had to put him up against the wall. And he was dangling. He was dangling off the fucking wall. Now that wasn't cool. I understood that. So I went into the gym for that. But at the end of the day, I just see these kids running around and they got more. The smartphones are smarter than they are. And they walk around, think they got all the answers, and they don't. They don't have life experience. They haven't lived shit, but they're talking strong like they live like that. And I'm like, damn.
I'm afraid for that, man.
I'm sitting there saying I don't understand it, but as experience will be a greater teacher for them. And I did get a little hot on the collar. Sometimes I get a little bit mad at these young boys, and I'm gonna chill on that because I do work with kids, I tutor with them and all that, and they're very respectful. But some of these young boys walking around who think they are live like that, and they're not. I don't understand where all that's coming from. I just don't. I don't know if there's some single mother shit or whatever. It is just it's just some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't the one. I ain't the one. So, I don't play that game. And, and that's just kind of how it goes. But I know I got to chill out a little bit. I try to be chill. But, some of this is it's going around a lot. And, I don't know if that's why the cops are shooting some of these young kids out here because they jumping all up behind their grills and acting crazy. I don't know what this is about. But there's something and I think you're right. There's something that's going wrong around. It seems to be pervasive.
Planet.
It seems to be the young, but then again, I will say I do run into other young brothers. They call me OG. They give me all the respect in the world, and I don't have any problem with it. But I do see some of these kids popping the fuck off, and it's very disturbing. Especially kids that are my kids. 30 years old, you're my kid. That's what you are, and that's how I see it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I hate to say it. That's how I see it. But anyway, I don't know what else to say. That's it. I would hope that would ease down, but I see a lot of it.
Well, let me chime in on that. And good look, C Boogie. I think that it's a lack of self-discipline, mental discipline, physical discipline. A lot of young people lack that these days because they don't really have a true understanding of those principles. A lot of them are they're used to talking to people any particular way because they don't have a great understanding of respect. They see people as their equals. You know, when you talk crap to older people, that's something they do when they're amongst their friends, because that's how they talk when they're around their boys and also kind of nonsense. So they don't see you as an elder, they see you as an equal. So being that they see you as an equal, they talk to you just like they talk to their dumbass friends, you know, because they don't have any respect for your knowledge, your wisdom, the amount of years you've been on this planet, the things you did that they have never done. They don't really have a respect for that. So when they're dealing with you, they don't look at you like, okay, this is one of the elders. And it's not everybody. I'm not going to say it's all the young fellas, because I go places and I'm an older dude too. Okay, I'm a Gen Xer too. And I walk into places and some brothers show me massive respect. And then I walk into some places and young brothers act like they crazy, knowing that I can rip their goddamn head off and put it in my pocket and walk out the store if I want to. You know, I could slice them from their fucking nuts all the way up to their damn forehead and watch their entrails and brains spill all over the floor. But, you know, I think it's a generational thing, man. I mean, a lot of these guys, they grew up with the internet and smartphones and YouTube and Facebook and Snapchat and all this kind of nonsense. So they're really impersonal people. So a lot of them aren't really socialized. They're not socialized, because see, that's part of your social set. You know what I'm saying? That's part of your social set, you know, knowing how to deal with older folks and all that kind of stuff. And on the other side of that, a lot of them aren't civilized, because that's part of being civilized as well. That's part of your civil set, being able to gauge and assess how to deal with certain people, especially older people. And a lot of these young brothers coming up now, they just simply lack those components for many different reasons. You know, a lot of them raised by these single hoes, you know, ain't never taught them shit. Their mama was 15 when she had them. You know, it's a lot of stuff going on. You know, it's media, it's the people they around, it's the environment, it's the weed and beer and shit they drink. They start doing that shit when they like 14. You know, now everything is more focused now on trying to prove something. Everyone wants to prove that they are bad, they are a star, they can rap, they can sing, they can fight, they can face fight, they can fist. Everybody's out to prove something. So we live in a time now, especially these younger folks, man, these so-called millennials, a lot of them, man, they just simply out to prove something. But the thing is, this is the catch. They have no idea how to prove it. And that's what the problem is.
And they don't have shit.
Nope.
Yeah.
All right.
Nope.
Okay. I ain't gonna talk shit. I got $1 million fucking house.
Nope.
All right. I own property in other countries. I'm not sitting around here fucking hanging out. Man. My 27-year-old son, he's with me. He's millennial, but he understands. You know, I'm gonna hang with Pops. This motherfucker. You know,
Pop's doing it.
Save my. I'm gonna save my dough. You know what I'm saying? So when I move out here, I'm gonna at least have 100 G's cash, so I can run it to my own joint. This is how I'm rolling with the younger generation. Shit talking youngers ain't got no dough.
I'm coming to see that house, man. Next time I'm in New York City.
Come on up, man. Come on up, man. Come on up, baby.
Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see that property in Brazil too.
Drink up all your beer and shit.
Hopefully it's summertime too, man. You come on up, man.
Yeah, man. Drink up all your beer and shit.
We'll be out in the pool and shit. Yeah, you can drink all the beer
But
you want.
on the real. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
But I'm just saying. But I'm just saying. You know, ain't done shit now. I'm saying what it is. I know what it is. I got $1 grand. That picture you said, that's my grandson. I mean, I'm saying this is a generational thing, baby. You know, and these young kids out here ain't done nothing. Out here talking like they live like that. It's like, oh man, come on. I mean, that's why, man, I had to put a young boy up against the wall, man. I had his ass dangling off the fucking ground. Motherfuckers were looking at me like I had lost my mind. But that motherfucker he was black, but he turned fucking white after that was over. And then we sat back and looked at it and said, all right, you know, I said, what is this? So it's just too much of this going on. And you know, I don't know. I do believe what you're saying there, Brother X. There's a lot of what you're talking about. I think there's a lot of truth to that. But I'm not very happy with some of what I'm seeing. I'm not happy with some of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not happy with some of what I'm saying.
Yeah, on
You know.
on the real.
Agreed.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, agreed. I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
Totally.
because on the real, brothers, I'm very I'm super concerned. I'm almost in fear for their lives because we tolerate it. We try to work with them. Like Nagone said, he pushed one against the wall, but they're dealing with people that are not don't look like them. They don't care about them, and they'll take them out any minute. That's supposed to be our next class of warriors. These supposed to be the ones that's supposed to so-called bring balance to the force, and they sound like their mamas. You know, I mean, how you gonna get respect when you're using their talking points instead of the men? And put it this way, I was raised by a single mom, but I'm not gonna sit there and do the whole sassy stuff and finger popping. I'm a man about mine because my mom kept me around positive males because she knew I need to be around some men. So, I mean, why is that not registering with some people where, okay, you got somebody that maybe don't have their father around, but there's some brothers, the mailman, the pastor, or whoever else, there's somebody around that's going to give this guy some game. And they wind up, repeating what the single moms are saying and try to win the fights with grown men as they grow up with these talking points. Double their age, by the way. I never
Exactly.
understood that. It
Exactly.
bothers me because, I think they're taking it personal when we're correcting them, and then when we show, I think most of our frustration is out of love. Like, damn, how could you sound this stupid? We trying to give you some game, and you sound like a bitch. You know.
I, I
y'all
think
done, y'all done ran Corey off. Corey done
Yeah,
ran him
yeah.
off.
where are you?
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, but
Wow.
I think
fuck that.
Brother Kevin Samuels had a good point in the chat room that he wrote. He said most have never had a real fist fight, and that's an issue. As a corporate image consultant, millennials in particular, the men are proving to be extremely difficult to work with in the office. Now, this is a brother that's professional consultant. He's out there in the world and he's giving his point of view. And that is the difficulty that we sometimes have. And I think Brother Art hit it on the spot. We really do the things that we do towards millennials because we want them to be better than us. We want them to be to take the torch because we know that at some point in time we're not going to be on this earth anymore, and they have to carry with them the oral tradition, the griot. We are to be griots to carry the tradition on to the younger generation to carry on. And I think that's why sometimes we're frustrated because they won't listen to us, and we want to impart wisdom and some knowledge to them so that they can carry that on to the next generations that come after them. And it's frustrating when you're trying to, we weren't raised that way. We were raised and we were told to respect authority, respect our elders. That's how I grew up, where I was getting my ass whipped. I came up, the hard side of the mountain. So I think that's why we come down in our criticism at times with some millennials. I'm going to say some because there's some millennials out there that do have their heads on right.
They do. They are. For sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
I'll let it go at that.
So there's no middle ground, you think, huh?
Not
There's
really.
no middle ground.
Not really. It's either black or white most of the time, unfortunately.
Isn't that the truth? Isn't that true?
Yeah.
Most of the time it's either black or white. They're either full of shit or they have shit going on. There's nothing between that.
And these young cats who got it going on, they got it going the fuck.
Yeah.
Yes, I noticed that.
Exactly.
They cooking with that 100 octane gas. Yeah. They rocking. But these shit talking, mouthy fucking sucker legs walking around. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
I tell these guys all the time,
man. Wrong with y'all?
I'm like, you probably don't own everything you own can probably fit in the trunk of my fucking car, man. Like,
it's like
so it's like, what are you saying, young fella?
They haven't built anything. Yeah. Listen to this. I was on a hangout with another group, and this young cat, I found out he's about 33 years old. Well, tell me about your success. I told him about some of the stuff I had, but the real success I told him about was the growth of the family. And how your family grows up, and you're seeing your kids grow, and then they're doing well, and then my grandkid, he's playing football, he's playing quarterback right now for his little Pop Warner team and all that. And he walk around here with his big helmet on. I'm like, yeah, grandpa, man, I'm playing quarterback, man, you Superman and all this kind of stuff. just looking at all this butter laid shit. And he said, "That's not you ain't successful." About. I looked at him and said, "You ain't successful." But then I didn't realize, but then I didn't realize that this was a fucking kid, 33 years old. He was a kid. He don't have enough life experience. When I 34 years old, I was much more mature and something like that because I understood that. And then again, I was married very young, but I understood things a lot easier. And I sat there and I said, "What the fuck is wrong with this?" These guys are on some next level shit. And what bothers me is this: some of these guys run around with the attitudes they have, and they're not. I don't think they're not doing these younger kids that are coming up a lot of good. I don't know. They're not doing, and they want to get on you. Oh, the baby boomers, you baby boomer, man. You guys create all these problems, get all these problems. Oh, you think I create all these problems?
They're repeating somebody's talking points.
Wait till you see what these Gen Zs gonna have to say about y'all.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. You wait 15 years from now, see when these guys come 20, 21 years old, what they gonna be saying about y'all. That's gonna be terrible. But anyway,
I had to come to the realization, brothers, that the things that they supposed to learn at 18, they learn at 30.
It's an extended baby. It's an extended babyhood. I'm not here to come down on all these millennials because my children are millennials, my nephew, them, and they're all millennials. My nephew, his girl, she just got out of law school. You know what I'm saying? He's going to grad school to get his MBA. I mean, some of these youngers, they banging it, man. They ain't fucking around. But then again, they're very respectful. Very chill. All the hardworking kids I see that I go to the gym with who are working, putting their time in. What they call me? OG. What's up, man? And they all giving me juice. But then you get one of these wise, he knows it all. It's like, you don't know shit. Why are you talking shit? Why are you talking shit to grown ass men? What the fuck are you doing?
Well, remember, there was a time where being an older brother was sort of like, you had your stripes, you had the stars on your shoulders and all that kind of.
You were OG.
Yeah, you the OG. I mean, nowadays, like I said, these young fellas, man, they kind of see you, some of them see you as an equal, but some of them actually see you as a less than. And that's definitely a problem because you have younger people who don't know jack. Okay, they don't know jack, and they're trying to come across as a person who knows more than someone who's lived twice as much life as they have. I mean, when I was younger, I was always under the impression that these people who were 40 and 50 and 60 years old, they ought to be honored because they didn't get that age by being a dumbass.
Man, one day it was very, man. I was with my grandma. Yeah, my grandma, she was a great lady. And we was on 145th Street, 7th Avenue, walked across the street, and I saw this older woman was walking by and looked like she was walking kind of slow, and a car came driving by and didn't really come close to hitting her, but as a kid, I was looking. I was like, oh, that car almost hit her. I was like, hey, Grandma, look at that stupid old lady over there walking over there. My grandma looked down at me. She says, "You see that old lady over there? She real old, right?" I said, "Yeah. You can't be stupid living to get to be her age." And as a kid, I was a young kid. Forgot that. The older I have become, the truer and truer and truer that statement is.
Damn right.
Yeah, man. I sit there and I always, when I first started teaching, I always consider myself the master motivator of teenagers or the young generation. That's why I found it very concerning that either I lost my mojo or something's going on in the water. Some people were telling me that it could attribute to the effects of the flu shot. Because
I don't think it's a flu shot.
I literally, well, I'm just saying, I'm just repeating what some people said. But I noticed, like, now we're talking about black boys, because I have predominantly Latinos and then some black children in my classes. And I noticed Latinos are sitting there just, not having missed a beat. But our black boys, you give them something to, something in the class, they'll work a little bit, then later on they just stare at it. And you had to keep tapping them on the shoulder.
The tutoring that we do
for the last 5 years.
The tutoring that I do, and kind of math stuff, and we were doing a project. It's not how these kids are, and it was boys and girls in there, so I would say it was close to 50-50, and we were doing a project on it's the Einstein principle of gravity and the shape of the changing space of, you know, and how space gets warped by mass. But anyway, those kind of concepts I was working with these kids with, and what I did see is that these kids, if they could, especially these boys, if they're tactile, they're touching stuff, and they're, you know, because I had a whole mat that I had, it's a rubber mat, and I put a bowling ball down in the middle of it, and then we had some cue balls around that we had. It was really kind of creative to show, you know, how gravity kind of works from an Einsteinian principle as mass actually helps to warp space around it. That's what gives it a shape, and that's why you have the gravitational field, the way it rolls. But anyway, not to get too deep into that, but these boys were so engaged because it was just putting together this project, and they could put their hands on it and touch it and help to, you know, put it together and all of that. I think the way to teach boys, they tend to have to touch and move and see things a little bit more than the girls. I think sometimes just sitting down for them doesn't work, and I think you have to be able to adjust for the population a little bit. That's why I'm kind of thinking boys learn,
but give them more attention.
But boys learn a little bit, just a tad bit different, not massively different, but just a tad bit different. And I think the more tactile experience they have, the more touch, feel, and see that they have, the better they do. And these kids were very sharp, and I'm having a lot of fun with them. So I don't really know what to say. Girls a little less; they like to touch as well, but I think that's a bigger point with boys. That's why I think, you know, literally, you know, and I see kind of how Jeffrey Cannon kind of they deal with it kind of almost in some of the same types of ways, and these kids really excel. And here we are dealing with rather complex principles with very young kids, and they're picking it up at ages that you wouldn't think that they would. So that's my thinking. That's my experience.
Okay.
One last question. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
And this is kind of addressing the first issue I mentioned about this. Do you notice? I mean, I have noticed, but do you notice the girls are more assertive and more cooperative than the guys, as far as millennials, or is it the same? Do you think it's the same?
I think the girls are very assertive. You know, they tend. I don't know if they're coming out here to try to prove. I don't think they have as much to prove. You know, they're kind of baby like. They're all kind of baby like. Some of these young cats out here, they trying to prove themselves, like you know, like they got it like that, and they don't. You know, so I see it more from the guys. You know,
what I've seen is that the young millennial men, they have more more negative energy, and the millennial females have more ambition. That's what I see. Yeah, that's what I've noticed. The millennial females, they have a little more ambition, because if you look at the stats, more of the millennial girls have, you know, little jobs and stuff like that.
High test scores.
Yeah, high test scores and all that kind of stuff. And the millennial guys are kind of lagging back, you know, because, you know, they sitting around and they Madden Kings, you know, and they playing Call of Duty, and they are less ambitious. The millennial females are a little more ambitious. They kind of want, what you see is that they want more. I mean, this is just my, you know, I know this sounds a little anecdotal, but this is what I have seen myself. This is what I've seen. I don't know if that's for everyone, but this is what I have witnessed. It seems like the millennial guys, they have a lot of negative energy, but they don't have a lot of energy going towards their ambitions, their goals, and shit like that. Especially if you find the ones who ain't doing shit. They don't. If they ain't doing shit, they're doing a lot of no shit. You know what I'm saying? If they ain't doing nothing, they doing a lot of nothing. But the millennial girls have a little more, they have a little more get up and go. They have a little bit more, ambition about getting the shit they want.
Yeah,
you know why I think that is. I think women are young ladies at an early age. They're very much into the verbal, so they're expressing and engaging in that way. Whereas young men, as Brother Nagone said, are more tactile. They want to be hands-on, physical with their learning. And I think part of the problem is with the millennial generation, because their interpersonal skills are not what our interpersonal skills were from our generations, because they have been programmed and conditioned to engage with machinery. What is that machinery? Computers, cell phones. Anytime I can drive my car, and I see this shit all the time, and you've got young millennials, they got their freaking heads in their phones, and I got to blow my horn. Hey, I don't want to hit you. Are you paying attention? I mean, they got their heads in the phone. Brain. Check out families. Now, this to me would be the fault of the head of whoever the head of the family is. The kids get in the car. You're driving. Back in the day, you would have a conversation with your parents in the car. You would talk, or you would have a dinner at the table and you would talk. That was verbal skills, right? Nowadays, the kids are in the car and they got their head in their cell phones or their computer gadgets, and there's no conversation with them and their parents. The parents are driving the car and the kids are engaging with machines. They are programming these kids and setting these kids up for the future to be programmed and controlled by machines, almost similar to the movie The Matrix, where people were dependent on machines. Now, we are dependent on machines, but the interpersonal skills, anytime you can, I've talked to millennials, and I'll say, I'll say, okay, well, I'm gonna need you to give me a call, young man. They say, give you a call. They look at you like, what the hell is calling somebody? They're so used to just texting. If you even mention the word, actually pick up the phone and you call someone, they don't know what the hell you're talking about, because all they know is to text back and forth to you. And they've even said, and you would know this, Brother Art, they've even said because of texting in the millennial generation, this has actually ruined their writing skills. And because they're writing all this abbreviation. And so when they start writing their papers and their term papers, the kids can't write because they're so damn used to writing in the slang of texting. It's impacting education. Do you see that, Art? Brother Art?
Yeah, they were saying that when you use the thumbs also, because you're supposed to use your whole hands to do anything, typing. But if you only use a thumb, that only uses a piece of the brain and leave the other brain just staggering. So when it comes to expressing yourself, it's almost like playing the horn the wrong way. Remember Louis Armstrong's story with his lip? So, you're not able to communicate or anything because you're only using that aspect of your brain.
So
one last thing I want to say, because I know Prophet's trying to wrap it up.
Oh, that's right.
The reason why I brought that thing up, but the girls, to me, it seems like the development of genders have switched. It seems that the girls are doing what the guys are doing, or what's expected from the guys, and the guys are doing what's expected from the girls. And I think it has a lot to do with social media, stuff that we eat, like soy product, everything. So it seems that way. But that's all I want to throw out there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree that, if you look back, say 20, 30 years, how young guys, the millennial guys are now, that's how girls were. And now there's been a role reversal, because like I said, I mean, it seems like the younger girls are a little more ambitious. It's not, not everybody, but, when you look... enough to matter. So when you look, you see these guys, you see these millennial guys. Notice a lot of them, like you said, I mean, you see them and they write, man. They write just like they speak. I mean, you look at them when they do like a Facebook post or some shit like that, where they actually have to type on a typewriter to typing something. They write just the way they speak.
Yes.
Okay. They write like that because everything, the whole world is just a big old text message to these people. If you was to put a pen in their damn hand, they would probably do the same thing. They would have to think really, really hard to write a sentence, write a paragraph. You know, they would have to think really, really hard. Something that all of the people on this panel, we could probably write a damn story in a night. I mean, if you were to tell them to write a paragraph, it would probably take them an hour to write a paragraph because they're so used to that thumb tap and not using punctuation and all this kind of nonsense.
And it's even more than that, because that's a great point. But I just thought about when I was a kid and we were going out for sports. I remember just going out playing for Pop Warner football, or even playing on the traveling team in baseball and all that kind of stuff in Little League. You had cuts, so your ass could get cut. They didn't give a damn whether or not you cried or not. If you weren't up to snuff, your ass got cut. That's how that went down. The name of the game was whatever we had to do. We all had to work out hard. We had to do our thing because, you know, getting cut was like, you know, you were the omega dog now. Now you were the fucking lowest fucking end of the, you know. So the name of the game was, you know, you had, you know, if you were going to play sports, you had to make squads. And as I got older and I started to see where now all of a sudden, because I remember the team I played for at Pop One, the Eastchester Blue Devils, and they had cuts up in their cuts. 9-year-old league, you know, 9, 10 years old, they were cutting your ass. And then they stopped that. Now this is in the 70s. But then by the time everybody was making the team, everybody was getting a trophy. That sloppy motherfucker that shouldn't even been on it. Fucking, you know, punks were making it, and they were, you know, and everybody was getting down, and that just wasn't. That's not how we grew up. So you had to prove yourself. You know, you constantly had to prove yourself. And I think these kids don't, and they think they've been much more entitled. Even they've been much more entitled than we were, and now you call the cops can come in the house to stop you from getting spanked and all this kind of craziness. You know, when I was a kid, man, I remember running up and down 145th Street. Man, if Miss Jones down the street told you, man, I'm gonna tell your father that you up in here, and don't let me get up in your ass, you know, because if Miss Jones went and tagged you once or twice, don't let mom and dad find out that you got tagged by Miss Jones, because you was going to get tagged up hard when you got home.
That's a long walk home too.
You know what I'm saying? It was a whole kind of different level of respect. I remember I was running around over there. It was in the city, and one of the little kids I was running around with, he was kind of in the streets a little bit, and he was, you know, dropping the numbers off, and I was running with him. And I remember we were going down by New York Willie's spot. New York Willie was a gangster in town. But my father knew all the gangs. My father was a general insurance broker. So he was like a mini Allstate. So he knew everybody, and everybody came to him to get policies done, because he can write and insure anyone and actually hold the policies for them. So the old man made he's a pretty wealthy guy, but at the same time he knew everyone. So we knew everybody. I remember looking at the New York Willie's window, and he was a straight up gangster. He was like, "Didn't I tell you don't look in this window? Your father." And I was like, "Yeah, you go ahead, Willie. You go tell my father. Yeah, go ahead." Boy, he went on around the corner and told my old man when I got back to the office, with the strap, and I got strapped right there, and the whole neighborhood kids was looking at me getting my ass strapped up. And they were like, "Oh, shit, look at young C getting his ass beat." But after that, I came back and went in his window again. The kids up the street basically took me around the corner of the Colonial Pool. We went swimming, and that was the end of that. But the reality was, that neighborhood, everyone kind of took care of everybody, if you know what I'm saying.
But that's a real community, Nagone. You grew up in a real community. I grew up in a community just the same. I can remember going to the boys club when it was just a boys club, and my actual coaches, which were all black, when I was playing sports, they would whoop your ass and tell your mama he was out of line today, Miss such and such. And I had to whoop his ass. And you know what was crazy? When I look back on my childhood, when we would play basketball games and not play well, the coach would yell at us and say, "I ain't taking nobody out for no damn pizza. Y'all motherfuckers was out there messing up. You was running around with your heads cut off like a chicken." I mean, there was no participation trophies either.
You know what I'm saying? No, you know, it's funny, but what I'm saying, the neighborhood had your ass in check. You went check by the hood. The hood had you in check. Everybody knew I was Mr. B's boy. They knew that. So that was it. The neighborhood had you in check. So you couldn't run around and get caught up. You couldn't run around and get caught up in certain kind of things. You understand? You couldn't do it. Miss Jones on the street had you in check.
Yeah, we hear the saying that it takes a village to raise a child, and I think now,
different game.
I think now that's the problem. The village is raising a child. TV, Facebook, YouTube, Call of Duty, Snapchat. See, that is the problem now.
And they don't have to prove themselves.
The village is raising the child. Yeah, they don't have to prove themselves.
They don't have to prove themselves
of anything. But I'm gonna wrap this up. So I'm gonna give everybody like 2 minutes for a final thought. Before we peel up out of here. I guess I'll start with you, brother Nagone.
All right, hey, listen. Great show. We got a little bit heated under the collar here, a little bit. I'm sorry if I got a little bit.
Yeah, shit happens.
Sorry if I got mad. Sorry if I got mad at the young man. If I see him again, I will definitely deal with him a little bit differently.
No headlock?
Nah, man, I ain't put nobody in no headlock.
Well, to be honest, InfoMan will probably see him before any of us because Corey lives in California, so brother InfoMan will probably see him.
I probably even know him.
I might know him. You know what? It's a chance I could know the brother. I might have run into him. Ain't no people that know him.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool, but listen, it's great chopping up with you brothers. I think it was a great conversation here. We built on a few things. Always good to talk to good brothers. Brother Eric, brother, Prophet of Thought, of course. Obsidian, he's sleeping over there right now. I'm
gonna have to eject him off the goddamn stream.
Information man and all that. Great stuff, guys. Great channel. Brother Xavier, man, I'm just glad to see just how your game is rolling, man. It's love it, and I love being here. So, thank you very much. Thank you for.
I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. Just look forward to more of this. That's all.
Indeed, man. Indeed.
I guess, brother Info.
I would like to just basically say that I really appreciate you having me on, brother, supporting me as you have. I also want to apologize because I know you don't like to have a lot of ratchet stuff on your panel. So I want to apologize. I'm a little grouchy today. I kind of went off a little bit, my grouchiness today. So I apologize for that. And also
you grouchy every day, man. Come on, man. What you talking about?
And I apologize to the folks in the chat room. No disrespect to any of them. And to brother Corey, wherever you are out there, if you're listening, I say to you, brother, that you are still my brother. Even if we disagree, we can definitely still be brothers and work through our disagreements. I'm not trying to come down on anybody because you're a Republican. You didn't hear me say that. You didn't hear me say that you guys are dumb for being Republicans. I just said I have a little bit of a problem with Donald Trump in some areas. And that's pretty much it, though, brother. So I hope that you'll be back on where we can talk to him again. I didn't want him to run off like that. Hope everything's okay.
His phone probably died or something.
But once again, I'm going to end right there. Thank you for the opportunity again,
brother Art.
Yeah, I want to take your brothers down memory lane. Remember good times when Michael brought his friend with the long hair. He looked like Prince a little bit. He was actually kind of rude.
Yes,
remember that? Remember that?
Yeah,
and James took him in the room and whipped his ass.
Yeah, sure did.
That's how Pookie was dealt with back then.
Yeah, he gave an attitude adjustment, adjusted his attitude a little bit. Yes.
Yeah, that's the Pookies were dealt by the community.
Yeah, they were.
You know what I mean?
I saw it.
Right. Now the Pookie's grown up where you can't even touch him, even if he's 30 or 40. Don't touch him. And I'm like, there got to be some way where we have to have at some of these guys to turn them into men because we're losing them. And the only time that they want us to help is when the cops come after them.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I'm like, it takes us all to really, put hands on deck, like Obsidian said one time. I know it's from another subject, but it really takes us all to really try to find some way to crack this combination, because I think it can be done, but you just got to keep, listening to people's ideals and find out what works. But these youngsters, I thought about it. 30 years old Republican. I don't understand how that happened. But and I'm not really attacking politics, but that's kind of young. You know what I mean?
I mean, to be 30 years old as a Republican, that's cool. But just have a level of decorum with you. I mean, I wasn't feeling his energy, bro. He just was, when they're talking real slick and sideways. That you got to watch that, because you're talking to a grown ass man. It's one thing to be online, but you start mouthing off like that to people out in the street. I've seen what goes down out there like that, and that's just gotta be cool, man. There's too much of that goes on here on YouTube. Too much of that fuckery going on. We gotta.
Well, maybe tonight, he'll go down and he'll think about it. I'll hit him up tomorrow, because I got his number and all that shit. I've known the kid for quite some time. I've known him for a few years. So, I'll hit him up tomorrow and see what he's talking about. But
the reason why I brought that up is
he got a spanking tonight, though. Tonight he got a spanking.
Yeah, the reason why I brought that up is because I think sometimes people get into these different movements and politics and not really getting both sides of the spectrum.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think this generation is one of the biggest candidates of that description.
Yeah, well, my man Corey, he's a young fella and he's been on my show before. I mean, he's been on my show for quite a few times.
Sound like he knows his stuff a little bit.
Yeah, he's been on my show quite a few times. He's my man. I've known him a few years. And usually when he come on the show, he's never been on the show with this combination of brothers. So I think this combination of brothers really got his, kind of spanked him a little bit. He's not used to being spanked. So he got a little spanked tonight. Tonight he got spanked. Because usually what he would do is charge up his phone and come back. He didn't come back. So he's thinking. So, we'll see how it goes. But I want to thank all you brothers, for coming on tonight, and I'll close out with this. We talked a lot tonight about politics and Donald Trump and a bunch of other crazy shit that had nothing to do with politics. But me personally, I don't care who you vote for, because like I said, I'm an independent. I've been an independent for a while. But what I do want you to do is vote. I don't give a damn who you vote for. Just make sure you get your black ass out there and vote. Either get out there and vote or shut up, because you don't have any right to complain, because you didn't stop anybody from getting in office and you didn't help put anyone in office. So just take what you get and move on. Far as the Democrats and the Republicans, often they are two barrels on a double barrel shotgun pointed at the head and chest of black folks. So I don't give one any more credence than the other. But I do believe as black people, if we're not going to be involved in any other process, we should be involved in a political process, because we're going to have to need some type of political power, even if it's just a little, to move forward. It's something we're going to need. And I just hope that we would keep that, into consideration as we go forward and think about all this other bullshit, because it's crazy when everybody can name all the songs that Lil Wayne did, but you don't know who your damn governor is. You can recite Jay-Z lyrics, but you don't know who your mayor is. You don't know who your county clerk is. You don't know who the commissioner is. I mean, to me, that kind of stuff is just ridiculous to me. I mean, knowledge is power, man. And when I say knowledge is power, I don't mean bullshit infinitesimal knowledge. I mean real knowledge about shit that affects your life. But yeah.
Brother Prophet, can I ask Nagone one quick question before you go? This is very valuable.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Remember that question I asked about strategy as far as how we get our resources, I guess our monies together to try to buy a candidate and try to get them to serve our interests. Do you see, just quickly, do you see it possible for black Republicans and black Democrats to get together and pull this off? Or do they have to be separate?
Certainly they can do it together, especially if we were able to really come down and really develop a good think tank and really come up with really strong common interest ideas that we feel will advance the community. Black Republicans and black Democrats can work together very easily because, as I was taught and how I was trained in politics, ethnic politics supersedes party labels.
Yep.
And when you look at that across the board with other ethnic groups, exactly how they play it. That's the game we have to be playing.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, Prophet, but I was curious.
Don't worry about it. It's all good. This is usually the part where I give you my spiel about all my other social media platforms, but I'm not going to do it tonight. God damn it, I'm tired. But once again, I want to thank everybody in the chat. I want to thank my moderators for always doing what they supposed to do. I want to thank you for watching us tonight. I know it got a little crazy. It's not what y'all used to, but you know, shit happens and the DXLs do get a little out of hand. But I do want to thank you for showing up tonight. I also want to thank the people for donating tonight. I got quite a few donations, but of course I'm going to tally them up and I'll be writing everybody, thanking them for their contributions as always. I also want to thank everybody who showed up on my panel tonight. Brother Nagone, Brother InfoMan, Brother B.M.T, my man, Brother Art, the sleeping Brother Obsidian, and the inflammatory millennial known as Brother Haywood. I like to thank him as well.
The assassin.
I appreciate all of y'all for showing up tonight, man. Good stream, man, and we got to do it again. Make sure you have your black behinds here next week, same time, same channel, right here on the old TPOT YouTube page. We will do it all again next week. So with that, I will leave you with 3 words like I always do. Open. Good luck, Brother InfoMan. Open your minds, and we are out of here, y'all.
Awesome, folks. Awesome.
Peace, fam.
Peace, folks. You know. Only from T. Open your